Are we working? We're working. Perfect. Reset the timer. Sorry if I was on anybody's screen, just like in the background. And then I just started talking, and I hope I didn't scare anybody. But sorry, sometimes I just jump on. Reset. Beautiful. Connecting to the live chat. Okay, good. I'm glad I was non-threatening. Ads. I might have to get a blanket halfway through this movie. My apartment's really cold right now. Although I did turn up the heat. And should be good. Resolution. That stinks. I can only... Also, everyone look. Wes just tore my sweatshirt the other day. Because he was playing and he jumped up and grabbed my sweatshirt. And he ripped it. This is a cheap old ugly sweatshirt. My mic is coming through the Discord as well. Whoop. Okay, let me I'll mute myself on Discord. I just haven't done that yet. I'm gonna go live, mute, and I should only be on YouTube now. Beautiful. You know what? I might go get a blanket right now because I'm a little cold. But anytime I get up, I feel bad. Wes is literally right here. And anytime I get up, he's going to get up too. But he looks so comfy here. I'm petting his back and he's just like chilling. Look at this dog. He's just like so comfy. And I don't want to disturb him, but I also really want a blanket. And it's not that cold, to be honest. But I'm just always freezing. I feel like I don't get warm. Again, there's like a definitive point in fall where I just get cold and I don't get warm until the middle of April. It's I know Wes is my blanket. I wish he was laying on my toes right now. That'd be great. But he just lays to the side of me because he's a hot dog. He hates hot weather, loves cold weather, and I love hot weather and hate cold weather. So we're a little different. Currently, the weather in it's only 36 degrees, so it's not even that cold, but it's gonna get colder, obviously, because it's night. Wes the hot dog. Yeah, you're a hot dog, buddy. You're a cutie. He really is such a good dog. Okay. I gotta keep pasting the Discord link. I always do that in the. If you guys want to watch, we're watching right there on YouTube. Not on YouTube. You're just gonna watch me on YouTube. Also, throw some likes out on the YouTube stream in case that actually does anything. We're gonna start in like 15 minutes. We'll start at like 5:20. Just get some downtime. Everyone, go get some tea. Get some blankets. Get whatever you need. This will be your first winter. Ooh, boy. In what is Public Works? Is that like I guess we would say like PSE&G in America? Is Public Works like oh yeah, like the city work, yeah. Government workers. Parks and Rec. Oh man. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what we call that in America, to be honest. A few of my friends are that and they don't like have a general term for it. Like one of my friends does water in the city. I have a few friends who do animal control in the city as well. One of my friends did he worked for an animal control thing and his job was like de-pigeoning the city. And it was a non-stop job. Ooh, just got a cramp in my leg. I'm getting old. But he has stories. He has so many stories of pigeons. Yeah, city workers. Okay, yeah, get some snacks from your store. I'm just gonna pet my dog. Um, you know what I should do? You know what we should do to start this? We should start with a children's book because I've been ending the stream with a children's book, and that's been so fun. But maybe we'll start one. I wanted to read. Also, everyone, by show of hands, who's gonna cry? I had to use this mug. Ooh, grass cutting is very fun though. Matthew, you're gonna weep at that sign. I have a lot of family who work in landscaping. I worked in landscaping for a long time, and I didn't mind it. Ooh, I love that. A little songwriting while grass cutting. Okay, is everything working pretty good for you guys? Like, how is I haven't played anything yet, but I think volume should be good on Discord. But I'm not doubled up or anything like that. Harry Potter snack. That's a great question. I'll cry. Matthew, to be honest, I don't know if she will. I don't think they're that attached to Dobby. Their read has been really fascinating for me. They're not so attached to characters as they are just interested in the plot. I think Abby will cry for some parts of it. I think it's fun like watching Abby. She's like, I don't really like Dobby right now. She calls him Dobby. But I think she's going to start liking these characters more and more because she's very character centric of a reader. So she's going to really, I think she's going to be devastated at some of these parts. Like, especially when Sirius comes into the story and she gets attached to Sirius. She has like a battle with him. I think she's going to have a tough time with that. Man, Wes is so comfy right here. To be with friends. I'm already getting choked up about it. Ugh. I've never cried while reading the books, but I really care about the characters. Yeah, I think yeah, agreed. I think there's just a difference between sometimes people don't really cry at for books. But I don't. Yeah, they do love characters, obviously. But I don't know which death is going to hit them the hardest. I think the Dumbledore death is going to hit them the hardest. They were pretty shocked about that. They were in denial. They had a tough time with that. Cried for Dobby. What do you guys think of the end scene in this movie? Do you think they do it justice to the books? I mean, nothing really does it perfect justice to the books. Harry's reaction after the death was always the sad part for me. Yeah. Oh man. Lana, you know, when my brother read this, he has a scene that I never have cried about in the books, but he said it was the only scene that he actually welled up with tears. He would listen to it on his way to work. He would commute for like 30, 40 minutes a day, one way, then back the other. So he'd listen to all the Harry Potter books, and he had seen some of the movies, but wasn't really like crazy into it. And then I was just like, you have to listen to it. They're so good. Just listen to it on your commute. And he said the only scene that he really, really got choked up on, and like actually got like teared up, he said he was like crying a little bit in the car on the way, was the scene when Molly defends her daughter because he's got his oldest child as his daughter, and she's like the light of my life, the light of his life, the light of like she is incredible. And he said that one scene where Molly, where Bellatrix is fighting Ginny, and then Molly all of a sudden steps in, and like the mama bear comes out. He said that was the scene that he in the books. That was the scene that he cried at. Pretty cute. Never was particularly moved by anything in the movies. I actually think there are a few moving scenes in the movies. They don't do a perfect justice for all the things that happen in the books, but I think there's some decent scenes that they actually play out. Yeah, it was the only curse word in the series. Well, according to Americans, there's some more curse words because Americans and British curse words are different. Like we don't like hell isn't really a curse word that much, but it kind of is in America more than I think it is in Britain. I think damn is used in the books once or twice. That's more of a curse word here in America. But like we have curse words in America that aren't necessarily or that are bad. We don't have curse words. Britain has curse words that aren't really curse words for us. Yeah. The moving scenes are like, oh yeah, yeah. I think she did in Deathly Hallows, but I think she says arse. I always get that mistaken. Which spell did Molly use to kill Bellatrix? That's an interesting trivia question. I actually don't know off the top of my head. Clearly called it a curse in the books. However, she used it. She cursed Bellatrix with a shot of mother's love. This is what Reddit people on Reddit are saying. Not my daughter. It was funny when we were in the Discord and we were talking about like describing Harry Potter in a un-Harry Potter way, like the pecker. That was so funny. What did it say? Like their peckers stood up or something like that. They put their peckers in the sky. That is something very different in America. A pecker is something very, very different in America. Yeah, 40. That this is probably my favorite one too. It's funny. Some of you guys when you comment, I'm like I recognize you guys from either emails that you've sent, like people that I've seen on the streams for a long time. I'm like starting to connect dots, which is really fun because you guys like will send emails or like will talk a lot in the Discord or send stuff in Reddit. I managed to keep our peckers up. Yeah, I think that this is the best adaptation movie. It's probably not my favorite movie. I think it's maybe my top three. I think this movie is great. I really like this movie, but I don't think it's the. I think it's the best adaptation. There's some really really hard hitting scenes in here. Like the Dobby scene, I think is better in the books, but I actually think they do it really good justice in this movie. Fairly new to the community, but I've listened for a while. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people who listen to us, we have like the most podcasts are hard to build up some kind of community behind, to be honest. You need to have like a cult following for a podcast in order for it to be a community because most people are just going to listen to it. It's not like, something else that you just like build up a huge community behind. So we have a small number of people who are actually listeners who are part of the community as well. Like we've hit some of the numbers that we've hit. We've hit in a year we were at 250,000 downloads, and then I just checked earlier. I think we're at 380,000 downloads all time for the podcast, which is pretty sweet. I can't pull it up. I don't know where it is. But a very small amount of that has translated into the actual community. This is the fun part for me. Like I like the podcast is obviously so fun, but it's like people who just like sit and watch movies with me and talk about all this kind of stuff. This is what I love. Yeah, Hedwig's death in the movies is better, I think. Or it just feels it feels more poetic in the books, but it feels more movie like in the movies. I feel like she should have gone out with her pecker held high. All the backlogged episodes while cutting grass, of course. Yep, it's the best thing to do. So while cutting grass, just pop it in, listen to us yammer on about Harry Potter. Oh, Wes is just so comfy right here. I don't want to get up. I'll read a good children's story at the very end of the stream. So that's what's gonna keep everyone here. It's one of my favorites. It's called Stuck. It's great, great comedic timing. That's Nandel. That's what I do with a lot of the audiobooks for Harry Potter that I read. Sometimes if I'm like walking and I'm listening to one of the books, I'll just keep walking because I don't want it to end because it's so good. Also, for anybody, obviously, if you just joined the YouTube video, that's the Discord where we're watching the movie. So you can join there. We're watching in the live watches voice channel. I love when we get like new random people that join when we watch the movies. That makes me so happy. Is it about a stepbrother and stepsister? If you love, huh? Now we're listening to Philosopher's Stone on Spotify again. I'm waiting for the next podcast. I know. I do think went for so many walks. Effed up a foot. Oh no, I'm sorry. Although I'm glad that you listen to the podcast on walks. And we'll start the movie in like 3 minutes. The one tough thing about the podcast, to be honest, I think the podcast is really a binge podcast. So, it's not. It's a children's book. Come on. Honestly, I think the podcast is such a bingeable podcast that when people catch up, they're like, I get a ton of messages about people being like, oh, I'm so excited to catch up with you guys so I can like listen live when you guys are going through your reactions and all that stuff. And I think that's actually not true. I think people, when they actually catch up, they're a little bit more disappointed because they have to wait weeks and weeks between some episodes. Now we're going to start cranking some more out. Like it's the holiday season, so it's a little bit like more, a little bit busier. We're going to start cranking episodes out, but we don't crank episodes out like fast. It's like once a week, maybe. We have 2 seasons going on right now, and we're still only pumping 1 episode a week out. I was hoping we could do 2. Yeah, it was like, it's so fun to listen to it really fast, and then all of a sudden you get caught up, and that's like, oh, no. Now I'm just stuck not having episodes to listen to. So sometimes you just got to re-listen to it. That's why I started season 2 so quick, because I was like, you know what? I want to keep making content and keep this up. But season 2 is going a little slow, which I'm fine with. I like when this is slow. But in like 10 years, when we have like 10 seasons, that's when people are going to really like it, because they're just going to be able to binge 10 seasons of this, the first time readers. Gotta watch some Christmas movies live. I'm considering starting, I probably will, starting another like larger channel, or not larger, it wouldn't be larger than this at the moment, but starting another channel that is like just rewatching a bunch of like, you know, Christmas movies. I want to keep this one specifically Harry Potter, but then for another channel, if you guys just like want to jump in and watch like Elf or some good Christmas movies, or like when I rewatch the Clone Wars, or not rewatch, when I watched for the first time the Clone Wars, just starting like a general channel on that. Die Hard. Yes, Katie, what's up? So I'm probably going to do that. Make it more general. Also, throw some likes on the stream if you can. Just so if by any chance liking actually works on the stream, then we can actually get more people to watch with us. It's fun. I haven't watched Clone Wars either. I think it's one of the few Star Wars things I haven't watched. Yeah, there's a few Star Wars things. I watch all the Star Wars movies. I haven't watched some of the shows. I haven't watched Clone Wars or Rebels. But I've seen all the other Star Wars stuff. I do really like Star Wars. Die Hard. Is it a Christmas movie? We'll have that debate. All right, first poll that's going up. After I put this poll up, start a poll. Is Die Hard a Christmas movie? Ooh, that'd be fun if like we had a bunch of people who are first time watchers of some of the Star Wars series, and we all just kind of watch together. So I'd be into that. It'd be fun. Yeah, yeah. They're gonna that'll be like a larger channel for like yeah, like visions of like a bunch of people just posting random stuff on there where there's like literally content that's happening all the time. Eventually like a 24-hour stream, you know? Like people are streaming all the time in that channel. It'd be fun just like have a bunch of people that did that. All right, we're gonna start the movie. Let me set everything up, and we could just chit chat. We're Nandela. Now we're talking. Part of the reason I actually really wanted to start that, I was like, I I have a confession. I actually really wanted to watch Lord of the Rings tonight. I don't know why I got such in a Lord of the Rings mood. Oh man, but I was like, do I start a second channel right now just so I can watch Lord of the Rings, or just do I like what do I do? But I really kind of as the day went on, I was like, you know what, let me just rewatch Harry Potter. That's a great one with the whole crew. I'm so glad you guys are watching with me. This is so fun. These have become some of my favorite things. I have to make do with this. Yeah, I'll have to make do it. Well, anyone who watches, yeah, Lord of the Rings is my, that's my New Year's series. My family always started on New Year's because that's when it would always come out, and we would always go watch it on New Year's Eve. Our family, we were such Lord of the Rings nerds. Rather than go watch like the ball drop or like have a Christmas or New Year's Eve party, we would go watch Lord of the Rings in theaters. It is a Christmas trilogy. That is just the greatest trilogy of all time. It's just a perfect movie. All right, let me set the script up, or let me set the timer up. I'm gonna play like 10 seconds of the movie just to make sure we have audio. You guys, if you're on Discord watching, let me know if you guys can hear it. Dang, I'm so excited to watch this movie. Yeah, Lord of the Rings stream is coming soon. Okay, good. You guys can hear it? All right, I am going to rewind. We're going to just start. All right, 3 seconds in. All right, everyone, ready? If anybody's watching this late, we are starting the movie in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is a good movie choice that they made. With the noise. Oh no, I just tried to up the quality. Hold on, hopefully it just goes and irons it out. Let me know if the audio is too loud or anything like that for you guys. Great movie choice they made with the noise. This is a great first scene. This is such a good first scene. You barely hear me again. Hold on, can you hear me? Bill Nighy is just so good. Okay, you guys can hear me good. Sounds crispy. Love some good crisp sound. He was a great choice for Scrimgeour. Davy Jones himself. I remember watching this. I love movie Scrimgeour a lot more than book Scrimgeour. Book Scrimgeour is a little weird. He's like a little bit more political. Movie Scrimgeour just seems like a grizzled old warrior, almost like a Moody. Bill Nighy is so good. Discord sound on 187. Yeah. I just saw a TikTok about that where she goes, "Coming, mom," because she sounded really like melodic in how she said that, and someone made like a whole song to it. What is Dudley carrying there? What was that big orange thing? I wish they kept an extra scene in here. I'm devastated that they didn't keep the extra scene in here. Might have been weights. It was weird. Muffin Eater, I kind of agree. It'd be fun in the series if they actually did that. If they like gave us a sideshow of him battling at the Ministry where they kill him. This is a tragic scene. This is so tragic. Because she says that. Because she says obliviate. Rather than what most people think it is, confundus, right? Oh, that's Caitlin Stark. That's right. I always forget that. That's crazy. Oh, she was so good in Game of Thrones. Dang. Looked like a weed whacker. It did look like a weed whacker. A meal for the road. Yeah, I like when there's just an empty picture frame. They're like, oh, we forgot to fill this one with a picture. Really devastated that they didn't keep the deleted scenes in this with Dudley. And Petunia. Music at the beginning is great. What are you doing, Wes? The beginning of this movie is just great. I'll have a few critiques in this movie, but this is just a great movie. I really like this movie, guys. I always say this, but me and my mom love this part of the movie. Anytime this part comes on, it's just like, oh yes, we have like 2.5 hours of just Harry Potter coming straight out of us. Harry Potter in the clouds. Yeah, cinematography is great in these two movies. I still think it's very good in the sixth, but the sixth, seventh, and eighth is where they really picked up the cinematography for these movies. I love his billowing robes. What a cold place to live. Like, how is there no fire there? Like a little Star Wars, the gate kind of like a little thing comes out in the gate and talks to them. This scene is so tense. Like, they are hitting beats on this movie that the book really, really has. Like when this guy jokes and everyone's laughing, but Voldemort isn't laughing at all. Like, except Pious Thickness being there is a little strange. That he's not imperious. Rather, he's just like a politician. That was actually an interesting idea. What do you guys think of that change? That they didn't really make him imperious. They just made him a bad, or like a politician, like looking for power. It makes him a lot more evil. You think he's under the Imperious Curse here? I would say he's not because of how the movies depict the Imperious Curse. Dang, this is a chilling scene. The Imperious Curse fart that happens in the next movie, where it's like the fart curse, and it goes into the guy's face. That, and he was like drunk. He was like walking around and he looked drunk. I think that's how the movie depicts the Imperious Curse, and it just never. It doesn't feel like it translates in this scene. I feel like he's just a crooked politician. We don't have anything to compare him with. He wasn't really in any of the other movies, so maybe. I wonder what only book people would say. I mean, poor Charity Burbage up there, but I also feel like Draco is in shambles here. Just the book painted that picture so well. How Draco's eyes just kept darting up to his teacher. Lucius. My lord? My lord? I require your wand. Oh man, this is so chilling. Yeah, Jason Isaacs is so great here. Ooh, headcanon is the Imperious fart means that they haven't mastered it. I actually kind of like that. I always thought he broke that at first when he does this. Where he just didn't like him, so he just snapped his wand. Cool. Junior, you're kind of right. Jason Isaacs in this movie, he's a broken man, but he's still pretty dashing, pretty hot. I love how scared he looks. Jason Isaacs just does so good. Like Jason Isaacs plays a great villain, but he plays a villain who's afraid of a bigger villain so much better. We love broken men. Well, we got to talk about hot Xenophilius. I'm excited for that scene. Yeah, he's the bad guy in The Patriot. That's like the one movie that I always think of him in. Who plays Xenophilius Lovegood? I feel like I've seen him in stuff before, but I just can't put my finger on it. Dang. Yeah, poor Draco, but also poor Charity Burbage. Oh, he's in the new House of Dragon. I've not actually not seen the new House of Dragon series. You're too old for broken men. This series, they did so many good audio beats in this movies. Like the little ringing in your ear there, and then it goes to Harry. That is exceptional screenwriting. Or I don't know what that is. Yeah, I guess that's screenwriting, right? Yeah, this movie is very dark. Ooh, I should have paused it there and read all that. Like, yeah, we like for movie watchers, you see that, or for book readers, you see that, and you're like, oh, there it is. There's the article. I would have really loved to have more of that. And Elphias Stoge's wardrobe is bizarre to me when we actually get there in the wedding. I love that they kept the scene in here. And the music here, oh my gosh. Oh, I love this music. They just had little hints of what was to come later. Oh gosh, this music is so good. I know our last scene with Hedwig. I should have the gang listen to the audio cue of the Horcrux cracking. Yeah. Katie, I'm glad that they didn't include that scene because that was ridiculous. I like that Fleur calls him William. Bill is what's the guy's what's his face? What's his name? Because that's his dad right there, correct? You're looking fit. Riding a horse naked will do that. He was a good Mundungus. I like that. His dad plays Dumbledore. Wait. No. I don't think his dad is Dumbledore. Gambon, that's not a Gambon. If you keep your peckers up. Muriel actress is on point too. Hold on. Why can't I think of this guy's name? Who plays Mad Eye Moody? Just trying to ease the tension. Diffuse, bummer. I like that this short. I like that they shrunk here. A missed opportunity was that Mundungus pops up. I wanted that to happen rather than him slowly get tall. That would have been great. Gleason, Dominic Gleason, and Brendan Gleason. Thank you. Because Bill is this guy's son, correct? Harry did some great, or this is maybe not his best acting because some of the faces are a little overdone. But this is some great acting. This must. That's got to be weird. Michael Gambon's son is an antique specialist on Antique Roadshows. That is unbelievable. I love that so much. Harry Miney. Yes, let her go. Just let her be, please. No. Stephen Fry nails Muriel's voice. I'm excited to listen to it when I get there. Oh my gosh. Nandela, are you sure that was a fanfic or was that something juicier? Interesting that the wedding chapter is a bit more cheery because even when I read that without dang this I really like that scene when there was like lightning and you come up and there's like thousands of people fighting here. I did love that scene. I thought that it was really well done. The wedding scene to me is like a really cheerful scene mixed with like the most depressing thing that's ever happened. It wasn't like the red wedding, but I like the tone of that chapter. I get a text the season 1 crew actually too. Yeah. Pretty sure the statute of secrecy is broken here. Sounds like a fanfic JK could not get behind. It's true. I think Privet Drive is kind of the last lighthearted moment. Are you just talking about the movies? This scene, even in the movies, they did this so well. Like his flying here is terrifying. I remember watching this and I was like, they're nailing the books for a lot of beats here. Like they obviously missed a few things up until this point, but they're nailing some stuff. Even that, like the wand breaking, that poor stick of a wand, and then him getting furious and essentially like destroying the entire Great Britain grid right there. Love that. Yeah, the wand cracking going up is so good. I love that. You skipped a college exam to watch this movie. Respect. Respect on that. Part of me doesn't like that they went to the burrow in this scene. They just like went straight there. I mean, I know understand why they like had to cut out. If there's a scene to cut, you can cut out the Tonks one with Tonks' parents. But that scene also had a lot of weight to it. Like you see what Tonks is giving up, what her parents are giving up, all these people, what they're giving up. How big is that? No, 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 no. I didn't say cutting out a Tonks scene is okay, but I'm saying if I'm a screenwriter and I have to cut a scene out of everything that's happened so far, they're cutting the right ones out. The ones that are like less consequential. They still hold consequence in the books. Great acting here too. I love that. This might be Radcliffe's best acted performance. Ginny is just poor Bonnie. Poor Bonnie. Remus is extra hot in this scene. The Tonks he loves is not in that scene though. Yeah, Radcliffe got better as he got older. Agreed. Wait, what do you mean the Tonks he loves was not in that scene? Oh yeah. Just her parents. But what I'm saying is it shows the. Oh yeah, the Tonks I love exactly. So you can cut that. There you go. It's just their parents, just the meet the parents thing. This is a cute scene. That's a cool scene. And I love this change that they made in the movies. Actually, this is a great. That's a really awkward when Harry goes and hugs him. I love the change that Ron doesn't say always a tone of surprise with like resentment, like anger. In the books, he says that with like a bit of frustration and anger. In the movies, he just says that playfully. In the movies, Ron is a bit more playful than in the books, obviously. It's weird how all their clothes just automatically fit them now. They're all wearing Harry's clothes, but they all fit him. Can someone please use a spell to clean up his ear with all the blood gushing onto the couch? That's driving me crazy. Like, there's got to be some spell. Oh, his dad is dead. Sad. And his other dad is, in About Time, is Bill Nighy. which is one of the greatest movies ever made. Harry couldn't read the room there. There's a lot of scenes in these movies where Harry is like legit the third wheel. He always is the third wheel. But the one scene in Prisoner of Azkaban when he like Hermione, when they chop but the pumpkin in half and the executioner chops the pumpkin in half, Hermione like falls into Ron's arms and Harry like is the third wheel like behind them, like falling into their arms as well. That's another scene where they hug each other as lovers and Harry just jumps in the middle of that. I don't know if book Harry would do that. Well, the movies have done that really inconsistently. One of the funniest scenes in the series, yeah. It's so awkward. The movies treat Animagus transformation really inconsistently because when Sirius transforms, in some of his transformations, he's wearing full clothes and then he transforms into a dog and he doesn't have clothes on as a dog. But in the Order, he transforms and he's wearing like a shaggy coat, which is weird. This was a good decision in a movie too, like when Harry is literally leaving and Ron has to stop him. But I hate one part of this. I'm going to tell you what part I hate. I think everyone's going to join me in hating this one part. This is why I just don't think Radcliffe really understood who Harry was that well. But maybe this is the directing decision. This one scene, it's a great scene, I think. But one part of this, Ron knows. Ron knows they wouldn't last 2 days without her. Ron is so good in this scene. But this is the one part I hate so much. That Harry takes off his backpack, puts it on the ground for Ron to get. I don't know why that scene bothers me so much, but it's just a weird depiction of Harry. It's like he views Ron as like his servant. Like if I'm like Ron, like Harry, carry your own bag. What the heck is this? This is just great movie making. When Ron asks those questions and you get no answer because in the books you have no answer, they did such a great job with that scene. Man, I don't care about a wedding. Yeah, Harry kind of did what he could, yeah. I think he did his best that he could, to be honest. Yeah, maybe Harry just dropped it out of frustration, but it's always a weird scene to me. And like Ron snatched it to keep him back. Maybe that's it. Oh gosh, Ginny. Come on. Oh gosh. I do love this scene though. Morning. He puts the toothbrush in his ear. What an older brother move right here. I love this so much. I love his look. The look that he gives Harry is so exceptional. What's up, Wes? Yeah, movie relationship is awful. Is just maybe one of the worst parts of the movie. It is brutal. This is a cool scene. Bill Nighy is just such a good Scrimger. Oh my gosh. He's so good. Like, he looks like a lion. The description that it gives in the books is Bill Nighy. I wonder if JK like thought of this person when she was writing that character. This is something that Danny is getting stuck on. It's an interesting stuck, but he says I kind of fit in this idea too. So maybe it's my fault. That he didn't read the entirety of the will. So he didn't read the little bit about the sword, which is interesting to me. And I love that all they did here was just copy pasted from the books. It's so good. It's great. Like, there are some things they missed, but the actual will is just perfect when they just reread it. I'm like, yes, that's all you got to do. Like, this movie just understood what to do. They understood what scenes to just copy straight from the books and what scenes to like adapt. More like a lukewarm tamale. I can say hidden up here too is one of my least favorite lines in the whole series. The makeup department knocked it out of the park. No, this is Bill Nighy. Right? That's how you say it? I love that Ron goes on a journey here. The best movie scenes are the ones they copy from the books, yeah. Nothing says kiss me for the first time other than Harry almost killing another student, and then we have to hide the evidence. I can say hidden up here too if you'd like. And then Ron at the next scene goes, "You and Ginny do it then." We almost killed Draco, but yeah, sure. That's what we did in the room of requirement. Yeah, subtle anticipation when Harry touches the snitch. He's just so great. Oh, that's the Cinderella line they missed. Even his beat with Hermione is great. Like, Hermione was out of pocket for saying this. Even in the book, she should have known that they have the right to do it. Because Scrimgeour says we had every right to do it. But in the scene, which I actually think is a good adaptation, Scrimgeour plays more of an ally to them in the books. Like, they butt heads so much in the movies or in the books, and not as much in the movies, which I actually kind of like. Because then when the scene comes down that, Scrimgeour has died, that one has more power. Like, we just saw Scrimgeour in that scene, and we're like, oh, this is interesting. That's a chilling scene too. Interesting. I forgot that he said that. Yeah, that's the difference between the books and the movies. Scrimgeour. Another scene they missed is the tiara. That they should have given her a tiara. And Auntie Muriel should have commented about that, because that is foreshadowing for the tiara, for the diadem. Hot Zeno. Yeah, the wedding scene is a little weak. Alpheus Doge's wardrobe is just bizarre. I just don't understand it. I love Luna so much. She understood the character. Toadies. That's a good little nod too with the movies that he like brings him in close and he sees the dark marker. Because they didn't put Crumb in the movie, so they have to give you some kind of indication for it. The gnome saliva line is great. Gnome saliva is very beneficial. Oh no, did I say Dark Mark? Sorry. Deathly Hallows. The mark of a seeker. It is a bit strange that they didn't. Yeah, she's great. They didn't choose to polyjuice Harry. I love the Muriel's great, but I also love the back conversation that Molly's having with Remus and Tonks there. This just feels like a wedding. It's like nice. I always imagine him middle aged. It's funny that Danny thinks that Zeno is old. Yeah, he should be middle aged. But the one weird description in the books is he well, maybe not weird. He kind of looks like Malcolm Gladwell because it said he has wispy he has like a white wispy afro essentially. They needed more of this conversation. This is a great line. That's a great line to okay, they didn't include 95% of the conversation. But if you're going to put a line in there that sums up the entirety of what that conversation meant to Harry, it's my dear boy, did you really know him at all? That's fantastic. Like, yeah, you want the whole conversation. This scene is also chilling. The scene is chilling. I'm getting the chills, guys. Who's getting the chills? And rather than the burrow burning, now the tent for the wedding burns here. Comes full circle. Remember when Danny's saying that he doesn't understand why somebody would get a tattoo of a bad symbol? Does he not know all about the dark mark tattoos? I don't think he knows about the dark mark tattoos though. Yeah, they know about the tattoos of the Deathly Hallows. I wish the bag was a little smaller. I wonder if there's a cue for how the Death Eaters find them here. I've never actually picked up on this. Yeah, they're in Tottenham Court Road in the books. What an absolute smoke show Emma Watson was in the movie. She did look good in the dress. She looked great in the dress. She's too pretty to be Hermione, though. Okay, so he says Voldemort here. It's the first time they say Voldemort, so they should be walking in at any moment, which they do. That's cool. That's a cool little scene. For book readers, you see that and you're like, oh, she said Voldemort, so. This also was a kind of a cool scene when they just, rather than obliviate, this is actually great. Where rather than like obliviate her, she just has her headphones on. Kind of like that. They actually shot the scene in the street she mentions in the movie. Wait, so that was actually Tottenham Court Road? I don't know anything about Great Britain really. How good are those headphones? Yeah, they're all too pretty to be their characters. Kind of agreed. But that's like movie. If you have a main character, you have to make them pretty. Ron, he killed your uncles. Ron, he killed your uncles. Ron, he killed your uncles. Both of them. That's such tragic underwriting in the books. That makes me. Oh. The movies don't mention the taboo, but I like that they. I mean, they don't have to. It's like this is a weird, unexplainable scene in the movies, like how they actually found them, because this is such a big problem in the books. If they didn't really like figure it out. But I like in the at least they give you the Voldemort cue for a book reader. You're like, oh, she says Voldemort, and then they come in. Like the movie, the screenwriter knew what they were doing. They were like, these people have to come in at this exact moment, like 10 seconds after she says Voldemort. Ron is a little colder in the movie than he is in the books. Oh no, movie's pausing. Come on, catch up. No. Hold on, we're at 40 seconds. I'm gonna. Okay, it's starting again. Just stopping the timer for 10 seconds. Back. Oh no, I hope it doesn't keep doing this. This would be so annoying. Bummer. If it does this another time, I'm going to refresh it. All right, everyone, stand by. I'm refreshing. Don't look. Bad ads. Come on. There we go. Perspective. Yeah, the little touch on Hermione's face, I actually really like that. Movie Ron is a lot different from book Ron in this movie specifically. Movie Ron is highs and lows, very, very grumpy. Like he has moments of like very, very high um, optimism, and then very, very frustrated and annoyed, like grumpiness. He's like overcompensating because he realizes his flaws. His wardrobe is a little absurd in this movie as well. Like, what is he wearing? Stripes on stripes. All their wardrobes are a little weird here. Harry in like the baggy jeans that like aren't like, you know, cut baggy. I kind of like a good baggy jean. But Harry in sports coats all the time is a little strange. Wait, Ron touch. You said because extreme muffin eater. You said Ron touching your face is a bit weird. I actually kind of like that scene. Yeah, June, I'm kind of with you a little bit on that. It is a little strange, but it's like I also love that again. Ron's on the floor here. Harry's on the couch. Hermione's on the couch. Ron just got the floor. Tree the short straw. That actually was a fast move to do that. It was probably within like 30 minutes of them being in the ministry that they probably made that decision. Just the I all I wanted in this scene, because this would have had such good impact if you actually learned that Snape stole the second part of the letter that says with love, Lily. Just give me the first part of that letter where Harry reads it from his mom. To me, that's such a devastating good part of the books. Ugh. Harry's just going through his college professor phase in those tweed blazers. Nice work, Ron. I'm texting the gang right now, actually, about live reading for these chapters, which I cannot freaking wait for. Kristen is only free Thursday and Friday. I'm hoping to do it earlier because she doesn't need to be there for live reads. She only really needs to be there for discussions. So I'm hoping maybe like Tuesday with maybe like a Thursday recording. That'd be sweet if we could do that. We're covering Creature's Tale, and so chapters 10 and 11. I forgot what chapter 11 is called, but it's the one with Lupin. I just wish they had Creature's Tale in here too. This is the only thing. Yeah, the bribe. Thank you. The only thing I really, really missed about this movie was they didn't include Creature's Tale. Also, this table is so warped. It's going to be a long podcast episode. Very, very long. There's so much in those two chapters. Oh my gosh. I cannot wait for them though. I don't know whoever plays Creature, whoever did the voice acting, but they did a good job. Including the locket. Mundungus. I do kind of wish that they built his trust a little bit more. When Creature says you to Mundungus. Simon McBurney. Never even heard of him. I kind of like that. Or Carmack says, my father will hear about this. This is an interesting scene that they actually put on here, though. The ministry's fallen. They're showing some evil that's happening here. Ugh. The most evil woman in the world. Neville is the hottest tamale. You'd recognize him, I think. I'm going to look him up. So anybody that just joined, we're watching the movie in our Discord, which is right there. They could at least show Harry being kind to Creature at the end. I know. That was my favorite. Not my favorite, but I love that arc in the books. See, to me, he doesn't seem imperious here. He just seems like a crooked politician. Simon McBurney. Oh yeah, yeah, I know this guy. Oh, this guy plays what have I seen this guy in? Mission Impossible. Actually, this is great for Ron. Look at Ron, just like smitten with Hermione. He's so daft. He's so dull though. He's cute. Manchurian Candidate. He's in that. He's in a lot of horror movies. He was in an episode of Impractical Jokers, Neville actor. Yeah, ooh, that's actually interesting. That can't be Carmax, but it is. That's got to be him because that like is literally the actor, but it shouldn't be him because he's graduated. I love Dobby in this. I never picked up on a line. Ron goes wicked trainers because Dobby's wearing shoes. That's a cool little transition that he's wearing shoes now. Dobby looks like a pit bull or like a boxer or something like that, like a dog. He's pretty cute. Neville also plays Amelia Clark's fiance boyfriend in Me Before You. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. He was like the runner, like the really annoying person in that movie. That was a cute movie. That was a weird movie. Yeah, Dobby has zero wrinkles. He's using some face creams lately. Not only is he wearing socks, he's not only is he wearing shoes, he's using face cream. Yeah, they had to. Yeah, again, they're the Dobby add-ins in this movie are to alleviate the things that they missed in prior movies, where they just essentially made Dobby Neville and Neville Dobby. Who's what? This is this Emma Thompson's sister. Who is this again? Because she does great. This is people are walking by and they don't say anything to that scene. That scene drives me crazy. There's that one guy that just walks by and doesn't do anything. That's wild. When they're literally dragging an unconscious body into like a garage. That's absurd. Ooh, Dobby has less stress, therefore less wrinkles. Kind of like that. Maybe we could like Dobby this much because of the movies. Movie Dobby is great. Maybe that's the missing piece for Jenna Denny. It might be. But the movies just don't devote enough time to Dobby, just in general. What's up, Wes? You hate the way Harry walks in these scenes? This guy? To me, it's like a guy trying to learn how to walk who's never walked before in his life. It is like a bit awkward, but it's kind of endearing to me. I kind of like it. When you live in a big city, sometimes you just ignore stuff like that and keep your eyes forward. I'm from New York City, and we're the city that no one looks at each other or cares about what anybody's doing. But if someone is dragging an unconscious body into a garage, I think people would pay attention to that. Yeah, these actors all do a really good job of becoming the kids. They do a really, really good job of it, I think. Some of the best little side character acting. Yeah, to me, yeah, no, it's like funny. I feel like this kid or this actor probably like sat on set for like a week and just observed Daniel Radcliffe and tried to walk like him. Redcorn's body is huge. Yeah, Helena Bonham Carter playing Emma Watson as herself is great. This whole scene is kind of fun. It's just like pandemonium at the ministry. That's a great line. Me and my mom quote this line to each other all the time. Get ready for it. I love this line so much. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? My wife's down there all alone. That is such a good line. Oh my gosh. Mayhem at the ministry. Oh. Finite incantatum. I wonder if that's related to priori incantatum. They really need to change the elevator system in the Ministry of Magic. I don't know why they did that in the movies. This is also a great part. Evil woman. Yeah, that's right. That's the same spell that okay, that's the same spell that Hermione used to stop the blur or the bulger bludger from killing Harry in Chamber of Secrets. Interesting. Finishy incantation and previous incantation. Yeah, prior incantatum. The propaganda machine at work. These little things are cute. I like these decoy detonators. This is a really cool thing. And they essentially just like spread like gas. It's like they're farting. What an office. Oh my gosh. Yeah, decoy detonators are beautiful. Is there an infinite incantatum that allow spells to last after you die? Wait, you have a wait. What do you mean? You have a decoy detonator? It's good acting here. His face when he like sees him and he cries, kind of here, like that. That's good. I like this actor. Hmm. Ron just full committing to the bit here. I know all the books, all the propaganda that they're making is insane. No way. I want to see. I want a decoy detonator. That sounds so cool. Oh, they did such a good job in this movie, guys. This is such a good adaptation of a movie. Like the fear that this instills in you for certain things. A fascinating idea here. And I love the stuff that she's written about this for why Dolores Umbridge can produce a Patronus. This was just a little too on the nose for me when they hear the noise and Harry goes, "It's here." Like, it's good, but it was like maybe a little too obvious. I love that these people are just like the Axley is just lounging there, like lavishing in this Muggleborn registration committee thing. Ooh, yeah, Christmas list. That's not a bad idea. A little decoy detonator for your Christmas list. Yeah, Harry. I must not tell lies. Yeah, this is a cool little like full circle scene. It's so strange to think that she can produce a Patronus. I must not. Yeah, get her. Come on, use an unforgivable curse on her. It's crazy that she takes such joy out of doing this that she's actually able to produce a Patronus. And for her, it is like legitimate joy. This scene was creepy. That's so creepy. It's the stuff of nightmares right there. Just let it become a stag. Come on. I know the budgeting is probably isn't there to make something a stag like that, but that would have been cool to see the stag run him out, you know? Um, Decoy detonator Christmas tree ornament. That's cool. I want one of those. You think she'd be a little kind to cat or mold? Wait, why do you hate that there are Dementors in that scene? Because they're actually in the book there were Dementors. They were like this is this is funny. I like this scene too. Ron making out with this lady, and then he changes. The both of them are just staring, and this dude they strip this dude. Poor guy. They're gonna have some marital strife after this. We're gonna have a long conversation after this about how she's making out with Ron Weasley. They do good magic here. The trio. I like that. This is cool magic. When Harry sends the papers everywhere and they like attack all the guards, and Yaxley just like shoves him off of him. There is a part to this where Yaxley's finally running, but when he's walking through the whole thing, that bothers me a little bit because this is a cool scene. Because in the books, he's like he would be petrified of Voldemort hurting him, so I feel like he'd always be running. That's the very last scene they filmed in the entire series. That's crazy. Yeah, they were in a yeah, they were in the Ministry at that scene. They weren't in they were it was actually pretty close to the books. They were kind of oh man, Creature made a steak and kidney pie or something like that here. In the books, they were essentially watching over um sorry, I just lost my train of thought. They were like guarding over the Muggleborns, I think. Yeah. This made splinching brutal. I love the panic in the scene. And there's this one scene that I love in this one section where Hermione with her bloody hands starts like putting the spells. I think it's an interesting how you see the stakes of what's happening in this movie. It's a great movie, guys. That's so crazy that was the last scene they filmed. Like this scene. I don't know why I love this one so much, but like Hermione's bloody hands. She's even a smoke show in Mafalda's clothes. Yeah. It's just an epic view, yeah. Oh man, it's just like there's a lot of powerful shots in this movie. This is all we're going to talk about this in the books, but whether or not this is a good decision or not, this is akin to the ring to me in Lord of the Rings for why they wear the ring. It's just a strange decision that they made. Like why couldn't they just keep it in a bag? It's the same discussion that you can have with Lord of the Rings, to be honest. It's the idea of being a ring bearer, I guess. It's just a strange decision. Yeah, put it in the bottomless bag. Would Avada Kedavra work on it? Would Avada Kedavra work on a Horcrux? Yeah, they did wear it in the books, which is again, yeah. They're doing a good adaptation for this, but the decision to wear it in the books is so interesting. I can't wait to have a discussion on that with the whole crew. And then even the conversation that they have here, Hermione having the conversation here rather than in 12 Grimmauld Place is interesting. It's a good decision. It's this is definitely Emma Watson's best movie out of the 8. Like that right there. This is like just good acting. Her listening. That's bad acting on Daniel Radcliffe's part. Like Emma Watson delivers really good lines in this movie. Take it off. Zip me up, you. Open up, you. I like they show that kind of stuff, like him getting loads better after he takes a Horcrux off. Just makes you think, why couldn't Samwise and Frodo bear the ring together? I can't bury the ring for you, but I can carry you. I also like this scene. He smells the perfume. Maybe the locket compelled them to wear it. That's actually fascinating. I like that. It's kind of becoming head canon for me a little bit. Like it plays on if you like hold it for a certain period of time, it just plays on your emotions. I wonder what is the theories on what this did to Imelda Staunton? What it did to Umbridge? Like she was wearing it all the time. What did it actually do to her? Did it make her more evil? Did it like hmm. Harry looks like, take what off my shirt? Yeah. He's like, what? When I remember in the fourth movie, put your hands on my waist. What? This is a fascinating scene. He smells of perfume. I like this scene. I kind of like this scene. I think it's good. I wanted the radio broadcast too. Oh, that would have been so cool to have that. Here he looks like exactly. Yeah, a radio broadcast of Lee Jordan would have been so fun in this movie. They could have done like a cool montage with like a radio broadcast, you know? Yeah, more Fred and George too. Would Umbridge be doing what if she was doing if she wasn't wearing the locket? I think she's scared. The fragment is in there. Nothing. That's right. Because she was already evil. Wears perfume while on the run and camping. Hey, you gotta smell good when you're camping. I like this part of the conversation that Ron catches right here. Ron hears that part. And he's like, "Excuse me?" It's also an interesting friend line that Harry goes, "As much as I like your perfume, don't wear any." This is a weird scene to me as well. That theater's just flying over. Like, imagine if a Muggle sees this, like three little black cloud creatures flying over. That would be pandemonium. Yeah, it's one thing you don't get in the books how bad they probably smelled in the entire camping scenes. Chemtrails. That was a good scene too, where Ron goes, he doesn't know what he's doing, does he? They also pick cool camping locations. Some of Rupert Grint's best acting comes right here. Ooh, I still feel like Harry and Ron were never exactly the same as they were before, even after they made up. One interesting thing is from a guy's perspective, I think there's something that when you're that age, you can get over something maybe a little bit quicker because you just like, oh wait, I just love this. I love Rupert Grint's acting here. I think it's so good. I hate how Harry exacerbates this whole situation too. Ugh, shut up, Harry. These lines, even when he delivers these in the books, I'm like, Harry, shut your mouth. Harry's a bad listener. Whoa, music here. You're with Ron. Or you're with Harry. Guys, explain your Harry perspective here. I'm with Rupert Grint. I'm with Ron. I know. Okay, this is a devastating line. Oh, that's crushing. That's crushing. Yeah, he's nastier in the movies than in the books, for sure. And then now he's just purely frustrated and angry and he runs out. Oh, this is a devastating line, too. This crushes me. In her mind, he's just like shocked. Oh, this is so tragic. Guys, okay, I know they don't nail all of Ron's lines perfectly, but the one thing that he fears most, they nail in this movie. They really, really nail. Oh my gosh. Agreed. Ron should have known what he was getting himself into. But there's also a point that you don't make someone's life more miserable because they're in a miserable situation. You need, like, Harry just needs to know when to listen in certain situations. The scarf scene is also devastating to me. Oh. And then when Emma Watson just tears up the next part, I gotta sneeze. Hold on. Oh, that was a great scene, guys. That whole scene is so well done. Books are obviously better, but that was greatly, greatly done in the movies. Harry's making good points, but again, there you have to have tact when you say things, and Harry has no tact, which is one of the reasons why I hate him as a character sometimes. That's why you love him, because he's blunt and just goes after what he wants. But he needs to have tact with his friends. He needs to know when the right time is to do something, when the wrong time is to do something, when it's time to listen, when it's time to speak. And he just doesn't know that there. Again, he's 17, so can't blame him. We're holding him to unexpectedly high standards. I just like I feel like it's so therapeutic what Harry needed to do there. All Ron really needed. And this is why I side with Ron in this. The dance scene. Oh boy. We'll talk about this. This is why I side with Ron on this. Because all Ron needed was to vent for a little bit. Ron was bottling all this stuff up. He would have been fine if he just went crazy and Harry just shut up and listened for like 10 minutes. Just let that happen. He takes the Horcrux off. Ron still would have been with them in this moment. What do you guys think of this scene? What do you guys think of this scene? I actually don't mind it. Why put that on Harry to listen? Isn't that true of Ron as well? It is, but Ron is probably the most sensitive out of all of them. Or maybe not the most sensitive, but the most easily frustrated because he's been wearing the thing for so long. I think all of them need to support each other more. Like they're three friends that are really interesting in this because they support each other, but they at the same time they don't. They're still immature and they just don't know what they're doing, which just lines up perfectly. Again, the thought. This is crazy because I'm 32. The thought that these are 17-year-olds going on a quest to save the wizarding world, very like, like teen book thing. That is insane. Like that is actually insane that they're 17 in the scene and we're trusting them with the whole wizarding world. So of course they're going to be ornery and nuts and crazy. Ornery. Note that I said ornery, and nuts, and they're gonna be crazy, and they're gonna like have crazy emotions because they're legit like on the they're in like the fourth quarter of puberty right now. This is a beautiful scene. I want to go to where this is. This is also another Harry Potter location that I would love to travel to because I don't know where this is, but it is beautiful. They should have put Potter Watch in here. Ooh, yeah. The dance scene is probably one of my favorite scenes in this entire movie. Really? That's cool. Why do you like the dance scene so much? Maybe you wrote that. I'm just reading all, catching up. Just from cinematography standpoint, I think this is a top two alongside Half-Blood Prince. Agreed. Agreed. Love it. Mixed feelings. I agree, John. Neither of them are themselves. I like it. Potter Watch would have been awesome. I think it may have been a deleted scene. Yeah, I kind of like that they're trying to cheer each other up here. But I'm like, that kind of dancing and that kind of fun stuff should have happened with Ron. Like, he's trying to cheer her up, but Harry should have read Ron even better. Ron's his best friend. He should have known that Ron was grumpy and tried to cheer Ron up in ways that he knows he could cheer Ron up in. Hot take. I think that the argument had to happen, though. Harry and Hermione shared something with each other that Ron can never be a part of because he left. Agreed. I'm not debating that shouldn't be in the books or movies at all. I'm just debating how Harry could have stopped it in the first place. I think it's 100% necessary for all of their journeys. Like, it's so necessary for everything that happens in the story. It's necessary for Ron, it's necessary for Hermione, and it's necessary for Harry, for Ron to abandon them. It's like one of my favorite, it's a weird to be a favorite part in the books, but I love that part in the books because of how much they all learn and grow from it. But it's also devastating. It's a devastating scene. And I love that, yeah, Dumbledore gave it to him because with the hopes that when he uses it, that he'll think of Dumbledore. Yeah, agreed, Ryan. When you're stressed like that and then your best friend starts voicing out their own worst. I love Harry. Daniel Radcliffe's little yes there is great. That's so good. Whoa, J.K. Rowling said that's the one scene that she thought should have been in the books. The dancing scene? That's crazy. That's kind of cool. I also think she needs to add Francis the Fish into that because that was exceptional writing on the screenplay writer's part in the sixth one. Harry's haircut isn't that bad. Maybe it's not great. I've had worse haircuts. I also think Dumbledore knew that Harry wasn't a good listener too, and also knew how Ron had always grown up in the shadow of his brothers and best friends. Like this scene that happens, like when they go to Godric's Hollow, this scene really can only happen in the same powerful way with Hermione and with Harry. If Ron was here, it would have changed the whole dynamic. How about how Ron could have stopped it? How about trust your best friend, especially after their fight in Goblet of Fire? Agreed. Ron is immature in this moment. But all I'm saying is for both of them, in moments when Harry is pissed off in the fifth book, I think Ron does a great job of just sitting and taking it and listening. I don't know if Harry does a great job of that ever in any of the books. Ron doesn't show a ton of frustration. The only real moments of frustration that he has are in Goblet and in Deathly Hallows. This is a touching scene. I'm a little bummed that they didn't see the Peveril tombstone. And Dumbledore had a redemption journey also, so he understands Ron. Agreed. So unnecessary why Dumbledore even said that. Oh, they actually do see the Peveril one. I forgot that they had that in there. Did they show the mark of the Deathly Hallows? Hey, Harry. I love how she says that. And I love how Harry's just standing there. And I love Emma Watson's acting in this scene is so good. The music. Little did Harry's parents know that 6 feet above was their son. Oh man, it's so good. And Bathilda backshot. Snake Bathilda backshot has to ruin the whole thing. Oh gosh. Oh man. That's a beautiful scene. Oh man. I don't think it's a matter of trust with Ron. I think he's completely overwhelmed and insecure, and the Horcrux just runs it right. I agreed, Nandala. Completely agreed. They're both young. They're both scared. They're both stressed. Both holding back frustration. And they have for each other. Everything just exploded. We've all done that before. Agreed. Ron also doesn't have to save the world. Agreed. Hey, Jeff. Been listening to the Spotify podcast for a while. I'm at Half Blood Prince. Nice. You're almost caught up. That's so cool that you're I love when we get new people on the YouTube channels and stuff like that. Welcome. We're watching. If you want, you can join our Discord. I'll paste the link. We're watching. Oop. That was a wrong copy paste. I copy pasted the actor who plays Dobby. Let me re-copy this. We're watching the movie in our Discord, which is right here in the live watches. Welcome. Yeah, this how she conjures the white roses and her facial expression is so beautiful. She does great. Ryan's still commenting how much of a babe Emma Watson is. Every scene she's in, she is. She was my high school crush. She was a babe, but not anymore. This chapter in the books is rough where he wants to join them. That's actually an interesting point, Music. How he actually was able to predict that Ron would leave. Part of the reason, I mean, this is one of the biggest factors for why some people have the headcanon, which really isn't, obviously, that Dumbledore is Ron, is a time-traveling Ron. Or Ron is a time-traveling Dumbledore, rather. How he knew that is really interesting. Wolfric said something that was so fascinating to me that I haven't been able to get my mind off of in the last Tamale talk that we did. That he actually said Percy and Dumbledore are oddly similar. That you wonder after Percy comes back if he shoulders that burden in the same way that Dumbledore does. They have so many similarities, and I had never thought about that before because I hate Percy and I just want to shut him out of my mind. But that was such a fascinating hot take. Nice, you've read the books through 2 times, so it's fun hearing their theories. Oh, I live for their theories. I live for everything they say. I get so excited whenever I listen to that stuff. The backshot is so creepy in this. She's not a baby anymore. She's a babe. What a creepy typo. Okay, I loved her in these movies because I think she portrayed Hermione decently well. I didn't like her whenever I saw Belle because I think she didn't portray Belle very well. I think she's an okay actress. I don't think she's a great actress. I think she's still a babe. But everyone's, your tastes sometimes change. Your high school crushes sometimes aren't the same as the crushes that you have now. My current crush is Ana de Armas. She's a babe. Cuban American actress. Whew. The scene is so creepy. This is also weird how it goes into a nursery, a baby nursery. Maybe the one that Harry almost died in. He didn't know Ron would leave. He knew he'd always wanted to come back. Yeah, I love that. That's what Harry says in this, which I think is great. Imagine Dumbledore is Ron the whole time. Yeah, that's a weird like little theory that some people have. I can see that easier than Ron. Kaylee. Yeah, it almost becomes a horror movie for a second. It is a weird part. Bathilda is so creepy. Oh, when did I, Jerry? I cannot tell you how devastated I was in the books when this happened. When another one of my friends, Jake, when he read for the first time, I remember him texting me, and he wouldn't really text me like updates about his reading, but him texting me because he was the one friend that I knew that was really into wand lore, and he only wanted to know wand lore. He texted me, and he just texted, I think he said, like, I am devastated right now at Harry Potter. And I knew exactly why he was devastated. And I was like, you got to the part where Harry's wand was broken in two. It's such a crushing part in the books. You're like, this is the lowest moment of all. It was devastating in the books when I read that. And I was like, how are they going to fight now? Everything is done. They haven't destroyed any Horcruxes. Harry's wand is destroyed. That's his only real protection against Voldemort. I'm like, everything is gone. Everything is done. Oh, man. That was a devastating part. I could talk about that for a while. I can't wait till we get there in the books. It's going to be so exciting. She's not a good Belle. Agreed. High school crush is Paul Walker, and he was a terrible actor. Rest in peace, Paul Walker. Perks of Being a Wallflower. She was good. She was great in a few movies. I thought she was pretty good, and she was in Little Women. I think she was good in Little Women. That's a good movie. But like, she's in Little Women with like some of like literally the greatest female actresses of all time. So her role was a little diminished. Like, she's with like Saoirse Ronan, and Saoirse Ronan is just an unbelievable actress. Same thing. Who is it? Florence Pugh. Like, Florence Pugh's in that movie, and like, if you're sitting next to Florence Pugh and you're trying to act, you're like, Florence Pugh is just world class. Oh my gosh. Who plays Daenerys? Daenerys is your current crush, yeah. Emilia Clarke. Emilia Clarke was in Me Before You. She's like very perky. She's fun. She's a good actress. Colin Firth in BBC's Pride and Prejudice is also my crush, Nandela. He was so good in that. Oh my gosh. That BBC series was so well done. I love that. One of these days, we're in a different YouTube channel. We're just gonna have like a movie of the night. Every single night, we're gonna all watch a different movie, and we're just gonna talk about it. And we could just do a whole week of the BBC series of Pride and Prejudice. That'd be so fun. Oh my gosh, I'd be so into that. It's like watching with a bunch of friends. It's like the best. Harry passing off his devastation at his wand's destruction there is good. Do the people with that theory have an explanation for when Ron and Dumbledore are in the same room? Yeah, that Dumbledore just learned how to master seeing himself, seeing his prior self. And it kind of fits because Dumbledore, I feel like, would learn how to master that. Because most people, they say, go mad if they see themselves, but Dumbledore like knew that he was going to come back in time and join them on the quest. That is the best Pride and Prejudice. And I will, yeah, I'll stand by that too. That is the best one. Liam Gallagher. Who is Liam Gallagher in that? This is definitely the lowest part in the books. Harry also reads The Life and Lives of Albus Dumbledore a year. And yeah, he's so devastated. That book is unbelievable. I would love for us to get an actual copy, a full copy of Albus, the Secrets. Wow, The Life and Lives of Albus Dumbledore. Wow, why did I say that? Patronus here is so interesting. Yeah, she doesn't play the main character, so her personality does fit Meg as well. I think that she doesn't adapt her personality well to movies. Like, Florence Pugh to me adapts her personality really well to different movies. I don't know if Emma Watson does that really well. She just is like she plays one kind of actress in movies, and she doesn't like change from that. Yeah, guys, we need to come up with like a long list of movies, and we'll just have another YouTube channel that we just watch movies on every night. That'd be so fun. I have an ex that was kind of reminded you of Colin Firth. No, why'd you dump that ex? He was so hot until he started to bore me. Then the hotness vanished. This was such a well done scene in the movies. Movies versus books. I loved this scene. I cannot. I really love this scene. None of my friends in real life share my movie taste. Katie, what are your movie tastes? Give me like a top 10 list of your, or maybe not top 10, top 5 list of some of your favorite movies. The Unwanted. It has 7 books in this series. Ooh, but there's a few series that I really want to get into. No, series, not Siri. Um, yeah, so we have a long list of stuff coming up. I think we're gonna do. We have tons of seasons of this. That's why I have so many people on this. I'm gonna start implementing so many people on this because we're gonna do offshoots of all the Harry Potter stuff with other people. I'll probably do something different with Abby. Probably something different with Danny, Jen, and Kristen. Okay, ladies, explain to me why you love Mr. Darcy because you hate Mr. Darcy? He's a little weird, to be honest. But June, come on, he's a damaged guy. Don't you love damaged men? This is a great scene. This is a really great scene. This is so scary. I love this one. Also, my worst fear is swimming in cold water under ice like this. Really, my worst fear is the sea. Like a stormy sea. Being stranded in like a life raft. Oh, in the middle of the night and in the sea. That is terrifying to me. But this is also scary. Being underwater in cold water. Oh gosh. Because he learns, he changes, he matures. I love us defending Mr. Darcy in here. I love this scene so much. Yeah, when we put yeah, we talked about the prestige with time traveling that you have to kill all the prior people. Yeah, Harry's most idiotic moment not taking it off for sure. You would love to scuba dive under ice? No way. I would die. I would literally die as soon as I jumped in the water. I would be cold then and I wouldn't get warm for the rest of my life if I jumped in cold water like that. Agreed. All Christopher Nolan movies are on that list. Yeah, when Ron came back, even in the movies, I get so excited when Ron comes back in this scene. This is a nearly perfectly written scene in the books, and I cannot wait till we get there. This is a weird one, guys, though. This is a weird one. I like because in the books it describes that Harry and Hermione look darker and more beautiful and more terrifying than they did in real life. This is fascinating. But naked Harry and Hermione here always was a little strange to me. The 1995 Pride and or Little Women was with Winona Ryder. Is your most reread Deathly Hallows scene? I cannot wait till we get to this chapter and talk about the Patronus, who the Patronus is from. Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, it like smacks Harry out of the way. It is a cool scene. Guys, I will gladly live stream those movies. You don't have to pressure me to do any of that. I will just do it willingly and gladly. We can dissect all the Pride and Prejudice. That's the first thing we'll start with. We'll do like a month of Pride and Prejudice. All the series, all the shows, everything they've done with Pride and Prejudice. And we'll dissect it and get into it. Jane Eyre with Michael Fassbender. Michael Fassbender is a beautiful man. When I watch the scene with Harry and Hermione in the Horcrux with my parents, it's yeah, for sure. That was a weird scene to watch with your parents too. I remember watching that when I was younger with my parents, being like, "Why are they naked?" Oh my gosh, that's the greatest compliment maybe I've ever been given in my entire life. That I kind of look a little like Michael Fassbender. Mandela, wow, you. This is a great scene. I love this so much. Wow. It's the beard. Yeah, it's only the beard. You know what? Um, yeah, wow. That is like legit the greatest compliment that I've ever gotten. That I look like Michael Fassbender. Even a little bit. The one celebrity that I always, not that I always, I've been told I look like a celebrity twice in my life. This is great. Emma Watson is great in this scene. And it was the same celebrity both times. It was when I didn't have a beard. And someone said I look like, wow, I'm blanking on his name. Eddie Redmayne. Yeah, Nandel, you got to give more compliments. You used to get compared to Harry Potter. I had a kid in my class who looked like Harry Potter in high school. We used to call him Harry Potter. No, it's not the beard. I know, guys. Come on. Someone once said I look like Eddie Redmayne. I think it's mainly because I have a huge Adam's apple. I don't really show my Adam's apple a lot. I have a huge Adam's apple, and Eddie Redmayne has a huge Adam's apple. This was great. Hold on, everyone, stop complimenting that I look like Michael Fassbender, and I love this scene. Hmm. Oh, so cute. Wolfric also had a really interesting whole series of thoughts about the Deluminator being close to a Patronus. At least closely, the magic is closely related to each other. It is a cute scene, guys. I know some people don't like this scene, but it's a pretty cute scene. I like that Ron says that line too. That line is a cool line. I always like the flames that Hermione makes. Okay, yeah, I think Katie, we were talking about this before. To me, as two guys, sometimes you get in a fight and you're able to get over it immediately. I feel like a lot of sometimes ladies, sometimes the women can hold a grudge a little bit more than men can. With men, it's like out of sight, out of mind. Like when you move past it, sometimes you don't really think about anything that happened in the past and you're just moving together. But maybe that's just a girl versus guy difference. I don't know. 10 inches, nothing special. Okay. Although maybe it gets creepy. I can see the resemblance. Look at John all smiley. I know that was a cool compliment, guys. Eddie Redmayne is also a great compliment. Agreed. That guy he's an attractive man, but I don't really think I look that much like Eddie Redmayne. Maybe because I have a big forehead. I don't think Eddie Redmayne has a big forehead. No, he doesn't. Maybe I don't know. I don't have great hair. Eddie Redmayne has great hair. Now I'm staring at your face trying to think why you're a little like Fassbender. I don't think I look like Fassbender that much, but thank you. Ron and his heartfelt speech. I'm not going to say anything else about Emma Watson here, but damn. Yeah, I would have been scared of Hermione. Hermione in that scene was livid with right reason. I love in the books how it describes that she's like still furious at Ron even a month later. Again, she's the one holding the grudge at Ron because Ron really truly hurt her. Harry's able to kind of get over it. Harry's glad that he's back because it like diffuses the tension between him and Hermione. All the guys crushing on Emma Watson here. I love this Emma Watson moment too. Just her little eyebrow raise there. And Ron trying to like diffuse the whole tension. Oh, Jerry, we just went to that dancing scene. Some people actually love that dancing scene. I'm always mad at him. I actually love this scene as well. That house would be really cool to see in real life. I know it doesn't actually exist in real life, but I have a crush on Rupert Grint. He's my favorite of the three. Yeah, music here. Agreed. So like sometimes I would have arguments with some of my guy friends, and there was just a moment sometimes where we're like, you know what, we're sick of this argument. Let's just move on. And you just like move on. Suddenly you're okay and everything is fine, and you're having lunch and you're laughing and you forget about everything. For guys, I don't know. There's something about that you can just do it for some reason. I'm always mad at him. Marriage in a phrase. Ron is oblivious and Hermione's always mad at him. Guys, my favorite scene right there is Ron's facial expression when he drinks the tea. It's so good. Ooh, Jerry, tell us your theory. I love good theories. They're all too young for me. I think we all agree that Lupin is one of the hottest. Or Sirius. Xenophilius is a babe in this scene. I love his pants too. He's just like wearing long johns, like his PJs. Moody for you. Wow. Ooh, the Snape is Harry's dad thing. I've heard that one before. We were talking about that one before, actually. I forgot when we were talking about that, but the idea that Snape is actually his dad. Who was I talking about that with? I love that. At midnight. Twilight's fine. Better, actually. Katie, we got you. We got you covered. This is also a marriage therapy podcast. Yeah, this animation just is still stacks up to this day. It's great. It's so cool. The scene of this in the video games was so fun. I played this on Legacy a few nights ago, and it was so beautiful. Lupin is the original hot tamale. Agreed. Lupin looks great in the animated version that Jim K makes too. What a grizzled old babe. I definitely take book serious for a walk. You guys are great. Snape and James had a bone marrow baby. Lily had no part in this birth. Have I heard the theory of Luna and Ron from the Carlin brothers? I haven't. Xena, tell me about that one. The theory of Luna and Ron from the Carlin brothers equality. Yeah, they should make an entire animated movie like this. Yeah, the size of these streams. Yeah, Jerry, I'm with you. I love the size that we're going right now because like I can interact with everyone. It makes it so much fun. Like I don't really miss too many comments. Sometimes I miss a comment here and there, but I won't give any spoilers for Legacy, I promise. But Ryan, it's the coolest. You do like part of a little thing here with the Deathly Hallows, and it's the coolest looking video game animation I've ever seen. It was incredible. It was so fun. Yeah, Katie, I actually I agree. The how she wrote a tale within a tale and is able to like implement children's stories into this is was next level. So good. This story is so fascinating. I can't wait to like read this to them. It's so good. That it was supposed to be them getting together. Ron and Luna getting together would be a trip. I actually don't think. I think Harry and Luna would be kind of good together. I don't know if Ron and Luna would be good together. Ron constantly makes fun of Luna in the books. Azina, send me the link of that if you can, or even throw it in the Discord. Maybe I'll watch it after this or something like that. Yeah, I know. I know. That's like the conundrum we're all in. You want to tell people about the podcast? Because I feel like we have what we're doing is we're sitting on gold right now, but we're still small enough that like these streams are really fun because we could just interact with. And it's just we're in a conundrum. You want to tell people about it, but you don't because it's still fun. Like we are like all friends. I love this. Yeah, Book. That's true. Brooke Ron does kind of become more accustomed to them, except the wedding. He's like kind of still making fun of her a little bit. We're fighting the night people below the library or something like that. I don't remember that part. Oh yeah, that was early on in it. I think that's a tough one. It's fun though. It's addicting. Yeah, she's growing on me, Luna, because he says that at this moment, right? Hot or cold. I'm a very cannon thumping shipper, but I think Ron and Luna and Harry and Luna would be interesting with Seabass. Yeah, Seabass is one of my favorites in the whole video games. Seabass's journey is so interesting as far as like magic is concerned in the video game. I can't wait till you guys get on that more. We're gonna have like deep dives on the video game. Guys, like Zeno is a good looking guy. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope. Ooh, yeah, you learn that thing you're not supposed to learn. That's brutal. His whole they do some weird things with his journey in the video game. Wait. Okay, so that was okay. So the candy floss hair. Candy floss is cotton candy, right? I don't think they did his hair very well. To me, his hair looks like poofy, like an old man, like frail, like poofy. That doesn't look like candy floss to me. That looks like luscious locks of white hair. Candy floss is like Einstein's hair to me. Poor house. I love that they just left him there. They didn't show themselves. How'd they know they were there? To me, it looks like if you stretch candy floss really long. Yeah, maybe stretch candy floss. The dude who said snatch him, the actor, I'm not sure actually. Well, what are you waiting for? Snatch him. I love that Hermione just turns around and decks him with the jinx here. Hermione's out here bombarding people. Drops him. Just drops him right there. I love that scene. Scabior. They had an opportunity to race each other. I think I remember watching that in the extras. Good scene. This didn't happen here, did it? Didn't that vision happen later? No, not you. The part where Hermione gets tortured by Bellatrix is so sad and makes me angry. I know, it's so nice when Molly destroys her. I should next. Well, this is what we'll do. 20-year documentary. There's a lot of extra info about the filming. After I do the whole, like all the movies and everything like that, maybe I'll do the 20th anniversary stuff or the documentary, and then rewatch it like 20-year anniversary. Harry gets multiple visions at this part of the book. No, I don't think I've seen it yet. Mandela's just gonna say all these hot. Oh, that guy's not that hot, so don't say he looks like me. Maybe he does look like me. Oh, that was so funny. Wait, okay. Grindelwald doesn't tell Voldemort where the Elder Wand is, so Voldemort figures that out on his own. Correct? That's so surprising. I thought you were a fan. Sorry. I know. Bellatrix, Voldemort, and Umbridge are the only ones in the books who leave scars on the trio. I think it doesn't make sense that much in the in the movies because they don't blow him up again enough. I think his face was so massive in the books, at least in my estimation. I know it'll be a live reaction. I'm excited to watch that. Whenever we finish these movies, I'll probably watch Fantastic Beasts, and then we'll jump into that. Or should I watch the documentary between Fantastic Beasts? Maybe after I finish the next part of Deathly Hallows, I'll watch the documentary. 20 years to rewatch the reunions. In 20 years, I'll make remake versions of me watching myself watching the Harry Potter movies. Voldemort uses legitimacy. I think you're right. Yeah. That rings a bell. He actually doesn't betray him. I maintain that I cast Fassbender in the role of John. They're going to make a movie out of this podcast. Michael Fassbender is going to be the lead. Yeah. Movies are, love the movies, but they're not canon. We should watch a Fassbender movie. There's a few really good Fassbender movies. Let's see. He was in Shame. That movie was crazy. X-Men, Inglourious Bastards. Put the boys in the cellar. Oh, she's so evil. She's so scary. Michael Fassbender is a great actor, too. Yeah, Shame is a crazy movie. He's in Inception? Wait, did I miss a comment? All right, I'll watch before I watch the Fantastic Beasts for sure. That makes sense. This is a crazy scene. Oh, the torture there. Dang. Yeah, Fassbender's accent is sultry. Again, Emma Watson's best movie, I think. She does great. It's a curious thing to keep in your sock. That's so cute. Yeah, music here, agreed. Oh, Inception. Yeah. Talking about watching myself watch these movies. Yeah, Ron's way too calm. I didn't like that they didn't have his hand killing himself, and that Dobby just decks him in the back of the head. Oh man, that's so crushing. Dobby will always be there for Harry Potter. Sir, I like her very much. Oh, Luna is the best. Yeah, the hand choking him is such an important part. I'm bummed they didn't put that in there. He just goes, "Ow." I know. Tommy never save his life again. Oh, there's the hair. There's the hair that's so pivotal in the next movie. Does Hermione have that scar for the rest of her life? Ooh, the pensive. Love that. Socks equal freedom, which is why Dumbledore says he sees himself wearing thick woolen socks. He wants to be free from the pain of his past. Great themes. It was just carved into her, yeah. In the book where he shivers, he is so scared of being back in the house. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, bummer, Crystal. Hey, we're glad that you're joining us at the saddest part and maybe all the movies combined. So you can cry with us for about 15 minutes. uh, Duffy, yeah, Duffy never meant to kill, only to maim or to seriously harm. Oh, I love that he snaps the wand away. Danny's gonna love this movie because he thinks that elf magic is better than wizard magic. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. It's great, great Radcliffe acting here. Dobby is exceptional in this section of the books. Mm, we'll fix you. Hmm. Oh, it's music. Mm. Guys, when I talk about the Mecca of Harry Potter, places to visit, this is that. This is it. This is the Harry Potter Mecca. 'Cause when I talk about the Mecca of Harry Potter places to visit, this is that. This is it. This is the Harry Potter Mecca. 'Cause when I talk about the Mecca of Harry Potter places to visit, this is that. This is it. This is the Harry Potter Mecca. Shell Cottage. Oh my god. I feel like Luna knows how to deal with death. Yeah, all the deaths of these innocent people are the catalyst that gets her to walk into the gets Harry to walk into the forest at the end of the books. Yeah, Joe and how she dealt with death in this series is incredible. This music, guys, it crushes me. I know, Cecilia, I'm with you. They don't even try to help. They just like sit there. That always bothered me so much. Like, do try something. At least like try. But I guess they have to let Harry know that. I mean, Harry knows more than anybody else. Like, death is a part of life. It's inevitable. Like, you can't just put a bomb over it. Something like that. Yeah, it's Crystal, perfect time to join. Yeah, it's a knife wound. You should be able to fix that in a wizard. In Wizarding World, you should be able to fix a knife wound. What was that thing that Snape did, where he's like singing over? This is a weird way. This is a crazy way to end this movie too. It was a scary way. But I also kind of would have liked it if they just ended on the funeral scene and they just left us crying. Imagine how many weepy people if the lights just turned on after the death of Dobby. Everyone would be weeping as they left the theater. This kind of pulls you back out of it a little bit. Ooh, Scarlet Witch. The Scarlet Witch? Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1 is favorite. I feel like this is the best adaptation. Didn't they forbid socks here? Oh man, guys, that was a great adaptation. Oh my gosh, such a good movie. Um, Properly as a burial. They didn't forbid socks here. Didn't they put socks on him when they buried him? I don't think the house is actually there. Yeah, I think they just kind of planted it in CGI, I think. See planking in the area above Dumbly here. Yeah, that was always a weird scene. He's got mad ab strength. He's just dangling by his toes. Full plank position just by his toes. He's hanging onto this. I hate that weird hover over. It looks like he's going to kiss him. Yeah. They have to be face to face. You understand it from a movie cinematography perspective. Volty just doing a quick plank for the gram. Yeah, the Sectum Sempra, or the singing that Snape did was the heal Sectum Sempra. I feel like it still could have healed a actual knife wound too. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but strong core that Voldy. Chamber of Secrets is, I think, the two first movies are the two of the best adaptations. I don't think they're the best movies though. This movie plays a great mix between an actual good movie and a good adaptation. Like it hits both of them really well. We'll probably do part 2 sometime this week. It depends on when we're streaming and when we're doing live reads, but I'll fit it in sometime. Ooh, guys. Do you want to watch tomorrow? Oh, Shell. Okay, the beach where Shell Cottage is located is so overrun with socks. They had to forbid socks. That's interesting. There's a lot of stones there. I know that they've tried to hide the location a little clearer so that people wouldn't visit it and put stones there. Um, I wonder if the potion Hermione used for splinching could have helped. Ooh, yeah. Unless he's straddling the tomb. I gotta turn the volume a little lower. The music in this is great. The music in the final movie is my favorite, but the music in this movie is really great. Okay, next live read. Part of me almost wants to watch Deathly Hallows Part 2 right now, but we're not. I'm not. We're gonna just hang out and chat. But I think we're gonna watch. Hey guys, okay. If are you guys available tomorrow night? Because I would love to do part 1 and part 2 back to back. I feel like that'd be kind of fun. So I might do I might watch the movie Deathly Hallows Part 2 tomorrow. All right. 40 Doggerty. We're doing it. We're watching tomorrow, guys. I think I'm free tomorrow. Right now it's like 99% we're gonna watch it tomorrow. But there's a 1% chance I'm forgetting something that's in my schedule. But I don't think I am. I think we're good. So let's roughly plan for tomorrow night, guys. I have to cry tomorrow night. Yeah, depending. What time I would watch tomorrow, depending on time. Yeah, what time would work for you guys? I was thinking probably a little bit later, maybe like 6 or 7, so like an hour later than how we watched it tonight. I know it doesn't work for some people. I probably don't think it would work for you, Cecilia, because you're South Africa. It's probably like midnight by you or even later. But maybe it worked better for like our Aussies. You wake up and you can watch it with us. It's your day off. Love that. Yeah, it would be roughly the same time. It'd probably be like within an hour. I think we started this one at 5. We probably start like 6, maybe 7-ish. Just keep checking your notifications. Yeah, I'll throw it in the Discord too. When these watches be over. These watches will never be over. I should keep watching them. I don't know when. I feel like after we actually finalize all the watches, we'll do like a bunch of watches of a bunch of random stuff. But my like rough plan is okay, I'm gonna pause the movie. Actually, no, I like having this music in the background. We got like 7 more minutes of nice music. So here's my rough plan. I'm gonna watch a bunch of stuff. Probably, I think it's gonna take me till like the end of the year, maybe longer. Just watch a bunch of stuff for the next like few months, just on my own. And then when we finish Deathly Hallows with the season 1 crew, at the very least, I'm just gonna get me and Danny to like do live watches of all the movies again. So we'll start this over, but you'll be joined with me and Danny. That's hopefully the plan. And then if Jen and Kristen actually want to do it as well, I think they might. I feel like that'd be really fun to get all 4 of us just like chatting about it. Where they can, and like one of the fun things about that too is they'd be finished with the books by then. So like the chat would be open. It'd be like a Q&A. They could talk about all the different parts that they liked, all the different parts that they didn't, and you guys could actually interact with them in live time, which would be so fun. I would love that. So that's like my plan. Watch a few things on my own, like play some of the video game, and then we'll do a more of like a live watch with all of them where we rewatch all the movies. All right, music's getting dark, so I'm pausing that so I can actually think. 7 p.m. here now. Nice. It's 8 by me. It's 3 p.m. West Coast. That's not bad. 11:44. It's not bad. 2:44. That's rough. Dang, Cecilia, that's dedication. 1:43, Nandela. You guys are dedicated. I love that. Maybe I'll try to start again at that depends. I gotta see. Wow, look at this. Look at this. I just paused this. There's a hair and makeup artist solely for Emma Watson. Her name's Charlotte Hayward. Nicely done. Watching some of the credit stuff is actually kind of interesting to me. Anytime is good for you guys. 1 hour later would work. Yeah, maybe I'll start at 6. Yeah, that works. Almost 7 p.m. here. Maybe, okay, so tomorrow, the plan is I'll start the movie at 6 tomorrow. We'll try to like start the movie at 6. A random Hallmark live watch. Maybe I'll start doing that for Christmas. Maybe I actually will start the second channel that we have, like, and I'll include all you guys on it, and we can watch Hallmark movies, some Christmas movies. We'll do like a few things per week. That'd be really fun. Yeah, Ryan, I actually agree with you. So that's why I talk about this almost at the end of every single movie watch. But the plan is to have Danny, Jen, and Kristen, or no, to just have Danny and Jen reread the series with Jen's sister and her brother-in-law. And Jen's sister and her brother-in-law are Harry Potter nerds, but they have never read the books. Shockingly. So it would be their first time read through, even though they know the whole story and they're obsessed with it. And it would be Jen and Danny's second time read through, where they can kind of like go into all the details that they missed, all the like the theories that they talked about for all these things. And I would kind of be a part of that. I would probably be on the sidelines a little bit for that, just like asking some questions. I told them the other day, I said, whenever you guys can, because the recordings would be different. They wouldn't be like so intense. They'd probably be like one or two for the first few books, and then maybe like a few, maybe like one every like 10 chapters or something like that, where they just talk about it. Some of the differences, and then they would just kind of talk about it, and I'd just be on the sideline like asking a few questions. And I said to them the other day, I was like, hey guys, if you want to use my apartment for that, I would literally just sit on the floor right there and feed you guys questions that you can ask each other. And Jen's brother-in-law and sister are hilarious. They're so funny, so it'd be really fun to have them all involved in it. So yeah, rereads are where the book comes in. Who's the woman who had the terrible idea of changing her dress color? Because her dress color was what, teal? That'd be really interesting, because the book's journey and the movie journey are completely different. So we have a few people. Yeah, I've talked about this before, but we have I have two people. No, three people who I'm going to start season 3 with actually pretty soon. We were actually planning to start after Thanksgiving, so we'll probably start season 3, do an actual live recording, maybe not this week, but maybe next week, with the season 3 crew. The season 3 crew are two people who have read it and they actually love the series, and one person who's just seen the movies. And they're all related to each other. It's one of my friends, his wife, and his brother. So they're all related and they're hilarious. They're like some of my best friends. And a few people on the channel have wanted to do a few people who have seen the movies only, and like for them to like read the books, and then for them to like see the differences. Like I think Veggie Gamer is just starting to do that right now, right? Or maybe not Veggie Gamer. Who are the people who are doing that? I forgot. But that journey is really fun too. I love rereads. I think rereads are where you get a lot of the fun stuff. As a reader, as like a viewer, you get a lot of the fun stuff on your first read. That's why like all of us, we love going back to first time reads. But then all the people, like there's a few things that I would love, like for people who have only seen the movies, for them to start reading the books and seeing everything the movies missed. That is fascinating to me. So that's what I really like. And so we're going to get a few more seasons of people like that. When Danny finishes, we're going to have 4 or 5 seasons going on at once. Abby's the next one. So when we finish Deathly Hallows, I'm assuming Abby's going to be in the 3rd, maybe the 4th book, which is again where it really heats up, and her journey is going to be really fun to see. So I'm guessing if for Danny, Jen, and Kristen for season 1, it's probably going to take another 3 to 4 months to finish that, which is crazy to think of, because we have a lot of live reads coming up. The last like 10 chapters are all going to be live reads and then discussions. So that scheduling that out every week is going to be tough. But I'm guessing it's going to take us legitimately another 3 to 4 months, which is great. I love that. I'm happy about that. I'm guessing as soon as season 1 is done, season 2 will be in the middle of season 2 will be in the middle of everything. So we'll be probably in Prisoner of Azkaban. I'm hoping in Goblet of Fire by that time with Abby. When season 2 is done, or when season 2 is midway and season 1 is done, season 1 is with Danny and Jen, they're gonna do a reread probably with. It's getting really complicated. This is gonna be like, you know that like meme, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, with like the guy in the looking at all like the connections between things. This is gonna be all of us trying to figure out connections for all these things. When Danny and Jen and Kristen finish their read, Danny and Jen are going to go back and reread it with Jen and Danny's brother and brother-in-law and sister. Sorry, with Jen's brother-in-law and sister. Then I'm gonna hopefully try to take Danny's sister. This is great. I know I do need a spreadsheet of all this. Danny's sister is very similar to Danny, but she's like even like more of a critical eye on things. So she's like just brilliant. We're trying to get her with one other person because I do like the dynamic of having two people who have never read it bounce ideas off of each other. We're going to try to get her and one other person who hasn't read it and do another season with them. So that would be season 4. But season 3 is going to jump in the middle of this, and season 3 is going to be really quick, and it's probably just going to be like maybe 10 to 15 podcasts of them just going. We'll like watch the first movie, and we might live stream our watches of the first movie. So my mind is all over the place. Season 3, this is what it's going to look like. I'm going to come in and we're going to do a preliminary like interview with, his name's Eric. And we're going to say like, what do you know about the series? Like, what do you like? We're just a prelim. What do you know about the series? He's going to tell everything that he knows from the movies. And then we're going to rewatch the first movie and then do a podcast on that, how he liked it. Then we're going to do the book and maybe do a full podcast in the book, or maybe 2 podcasts in the book, break it up. We're probably just going to do one recording, but it might be a really long discussion and I might need to break it up into 2 different podcasts. And we're going to just do that back to back. Then we're going to watch the second movie. We're going to have a podcast on the second movie. Then we're going to have a podcast on the second book. And then we're going to rewatch the third movie. We might do all that together. We might live stream all that stuff, but very complicated. In my head, all this makes sense, but like verbally expressing this is tough because it's these seasons are just coming so fast. Very excited about it all, but there's a lot of seasons coming of Harry Potter and the First Time Readers. Yeah, it's just a lot. So we're gonna overwhelm you guys for the next few months with a lot of content, but it's gonna be fun. That's what we're all here for. First time reads and like seeing people's journey for starting to love Harry Potter. You know, it's fun to me. So you're going to ask people the wrong questions. Overwhelm me. I'm ready. Yeah, I'll probably make like a Reddit post out of all this and just like explain it. Yeah, if TV had multiple seasons at once, it would not make any sense. That'd be wild. But it kind of makes sense on the podcast that we do. It wouldn't make sense on some podcasts, but on our podcast, it just makes sense. Why not have as many things as we can going at once, you know? Yeah. Okay. I will say that 40 Doggerty too. I will actually say that it's hard. It's a lot harder than I thought it was to change my mind from having a conversation with Abby to having a conversation with Danny and Chen. And I've been close to slipping up a few times. You guys all saw that where I slipped up in the last podcast. Oh my gosh. I almost gave something away where we were talking about the locket for a second. And we were talking about the objects that they found in the house. And I was like, that's too obvious of a connection. I can't make that. So I was like, I started saying something and I feel like I just like petered out, and Danny just took a different thing that I said and lashed onto that. And I was like, Danny saved me from that. I didn't even realize he saved me from that because I almost gave off a clear spoiler that the locket has already been seen and it was in Grimmauld Place. I almost completely gave that away, which would have been devastating. So that's why for some of the other seasons, like I'm going to be focusing on a few different. I'm going to be focusing I think my content is going to be focused a little bit more on, maybe just a little bit more focused. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I don't know how I'm going to juggle all of this, but I feel like I'll somewhat be able to, because the seasons aren't going to come as fast as what I'm saying. And they're different too. So I feel like the more I do this with Abby and with Danny and Jen, the more I'll be able to like understand the split in my head and be able to kind of figure it out. I know. That's such a fun connection to make for yourself. So I can't give away that. John's School of Harry Potter. We should call maybe the second channel should be called John's School of Harry Potter. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. Personally, just doing a journal for each episode. Because, yeah, I need something to like read to get me in the different mindset. Honestly, the book has been good because whenever I reread each section of the book, it helps reframe questions in my mind. So, whenever I'm like, if we're in Deathly Hallows, there's drastically different questions I'm asking the season one crew than I'm asking Abby in season two. So sometimes it's hard to change my mind. But if I read the Chamber of Secrets right before I talk with Abby about those chapters, that helps immensely because that puts my mind at like the first few books and I'm not really thinking about the seventh book at all. Yeah, so currently my schedule is inundated with Harry Potter, which is great. This is what my schedule usually looks like um, for reading. So we're doing live reads with the Deathly Hallows crew for all this kind of stuff. And those are easy because I'll just like record those. We'll listen. I'm like listening, but I'm not really listening when we're doing live reads. I'm like kind of listening because like Danny and Jen kind of carry some of the conversation for live reads. But after that, whenever I prepare for a podcast, I do two things for each season. I reread it myself and I come up with all the questions, and then I will re-listen to it live on our Discord so that other people can help me come up with questions. And because I just really like talking about it on the Discord, like the actual book on Discord. Um, that has been really, really fun. And I'm re-listening to Jim Dale for the season one, and I'm doing Stephen Fry for season two. So with Abby, so I do that for every single episode. And then for Abby right now, I'm doing the same thing, but I'm just doing Stephen Fry. I reread the chapter myself, refresh myself on the questions. And I do more of like a speed read for season two for Abby because I've already read, because I'm like already in the midst of reading a lot of the Harry Potter stuff. So like I've already come up with all the questions that I really need, but Abby's questions need to be tweaked a little bit. And I'm realizing that because she's more character focused. So her questions are a little bit different, but then I'll re-listen to all the Chamber of Secrets chapters on Discord, and I'll do that with Stephen Fry. Yeah, the Stephen Fry one is really fascinating. I really like what we're doing in Discord with all that kind of stuff because yeah, I've never listened to that one. And when we do season 3, I'm gonna do John Voth. So like it's like a little personal journey for me too because I've never listened to some of these people. I'm really excited for a John Voth reading. And Wolfrix had a bunch of John Voth stuff on his channel. He's like the archiver for some John Voth stuff, which is really fun. Yeah, I do reread what they read. My schedule is a little complicated. It's Harry Potter all over the place. Yeah, someone is saying that his is really interesting too because his read is like a live reaction as well. So he reads it and then because he's never read it before, he's actually live reacting to the things that are going on. So that's really fascinating to me. Crystal, the live reads that I do on my own are very last minute scheduled. Like I will come home for like lunch or something like that, and I'll literally just throw it in the Discord, being like, "Hey, everyone, I'm gonna listen to the chapters right now. If anybody wants to listen to it with me." So they're not scheduled at all, and I don't think I could really ever schedule those because I think they just have to work on whatever time that I'm trying to figure it out. Otherwise, like unless I mean, it would be kind of fun if I just literally had something every single night for like us Harry Potter nerds. Um, yeah, and just in case, I think you're right. Whenever I did listen to one section of John Voth giving his reading, and he did have a lot of breakdowns where he would like sit and talk about a character for a second, or like have so it would be different as a actual live read. But I think that'd be fun because I know the books already, so like it would just be fun to get his reaction and to like understand that, you know. I know, Ryan. I'm with you. Abby is slowly caving. I could sense it a tiny little bit. Yeah, primetime meeting. Yeah, for you at work. Yep. So I've got to have it work for me. Sometimes I'll do it in the middle of the day. Sometimes I'll do it like at night. It really just depends on whatever kind of works in my schedule. That I just filter in whenever. It's hard to schedule that. But yeah, I can't wait for when Abby actually starts liking the series. I think it's going to happen soon. But I don't think she's going to like it that much after the book 2. I think I'm dropping her expectations drastically because I keep bashing book 2. So I think when she finishes book 2, she's going to actually really like it because it's a good book. But I think she's going to be maybe a little let down by book 3. And then I'm just going to not talk that much about like how the books are, like I'm not going to give my opinions of the books that much anymore with Abby. I'm just going to like be like, okay, yeah, let's keep going. Let's read this part. I'm not going to tell you if it's good or bad. I'm just because I want you to form your own opinions. But let's see what you think of, this section. I think she's going to really like it. The first chapter of Goblet of Fire. I think she's going to take a drastic step in the middle of Prisoner of Azkaban. The only reason I think she's going to be let down by book 3 is because of how I've kind of set things up a little bit for failure. So this is partially my fault, which you got to bear with me on this. But I've downplayed book 2 so much with her that I think she's going with such low expectations that she's going to read it and she's going to be pleasantly surprised. And then I've talked a little bit about how book 3 is where it launches, and I think she's going to read book 3, the beginning of it, and be like, it's good, but it just wasn't as good as your expectations for it were. So I think it's just her expectations for the books. So I'm just going to not talk about that anymore. I'm not going to talk about what I think of the books, really. I'm just going to kind of just grill her with questions, and then we're going to take it from there. I think 5 is going to be her favorite too. And I think 5 is going to be her favorite for the same reason I thought 5 was going to be Danny's favorite. When Danny was originally reading the series, he still is reading it like this, but he was very character centric. And he was always talking about the growth of Harry. In book 5, I feel like is when Harry really grows the most. So I thought Danny was going to fall in love with that book on book 5, where like Harry really, but Danny said 5 was one of his least favorites, which is so fascinating to me. Maybe not his least favorite. I was shocked that they said Half-Blood Prince wasn't one of their favorites. That was crazy to me. I think I built that book up too much. This could be specific, but if you had to guess what scene, I think when Sirius is introduced, like this is my prediction with Abby. Abby laments that Harry doesn't really have a father figure. And she laments that the parents are gone. She really likes Molly Weasley. She really likes the Weasleys because they're like good, stable parents for him. I think that Abby's going to fall in love with it when she learns that Sirius Black is Harry's godfather and that Harry actually can spend time with him. And she's going to be devastated at the end, but I think she's going to be in the series at that point. I think that Abby is really going to love Sirius Black and really hate Sirius Black at the same time. In book 4, she's going to love his maturity and like how he really is acting like the best fatherly figure that he can for her. And then I think she's going to hate Sirius's immaturity in book 5 and how he dies. But I think she's going to be devastated by that. But I think that relationship is going to be what gets her into the books. So I think that's kind of when I would tack it on, that she would kind of get into the books. But I think she's going to like the world building. I think she's going to like the adventure of book 4 because book 4 is great. Book 4 is an exceptional piece of literature. So I think she's going to get into it now or into it then as well. Yeah, I don't think she's going to like some of the weird magic parts of this. Like when Voldemort comes back, she's going to have a lot of questions about that. But I think she's going to be a nerd at that stage. So I think she's going to tolerate it. And she like plays up like she doesn't think this is cool, but she has like her nerd things. She likes dragons, And with Danny loving Umbridge abusing kids, yeah. Yeah, I feel like we've been living with these books and stories for so long that our opinions of what our favorites are is different from what a first-time reader would think. Completely agree. When you reread it for a second time, you have a completely different perspective on it. Prisoner is definitely where the bigger story reveals. Yeah. Magic only looks nerdy until you're invested in the books. Again, I completely agree on that. I think it's only nerdy now because she's not super into it. When she gets into it, I think she's going to be asking all sorts of questions. I think she's going to be obsessed with some of this stuff. because that just happens for like I don't know if I've had a single friend who's read this intently and hasn't really gotten into it. At least just the story. Like Abby doesn't need to be a super fan, but what we're gonna watch is we're gonna watch her what the degradation of her being staunchly against it and making fun of me to actually falling in love with the story and thinking that it is a great story. I think she's going to really like that. She might not be like a super fan like all of us, but I think at the end of her read, she is going to be very, very invested. And she's kind of hinted to me. So this is what we need to figure out, everyone. She's hinted to me. Not really hinted. Like we've talked about this, and I keep saying this because I know that she's going to get into the series. She keeps saying like, I don't know if I could read 7 books in the series. And she's like, sending me some messages like, I don't know if I could keep doing 7. 7's a lot. She's like, let's just take it a book at a time for now. And that's what I'm telling her. I'm like, oh, the timer's still going. I forgot about that. I was like, let's just take it a book at a time. Like, see how you like each book. And then if you don't want, I keep telling her, Abby, if you don't like this series after like 2-3 books, then we can just stop and you don't have to do this anymore. But she really likes podcasting. So that won't happen for that reason. She really, really enjoys just like hanging and chatting, and she really enjoys when she's finishes all this, I think she's gonna really love interacting with everyone. She even, guys, this is crazy. She likes people's stories about stuff. So the other day she texted me, she texted me, hey, I'm about a minute into a tamale talk right now, and it just dawned on me, and she texted me, should I be watching this or are there spoilers in this? And I texted her immediately. I was like, Abby, stop watching tamale talks. You cannot watch it. Cecilia, I think she was actually watching your tamale talk, and I was like, do not watch it. There's spoilers in there, please. So I like stopped her from watching that, but she's like into the whole community of you guys. She like wants to know your stories, wants to know your tattoos. She's so relational and so personal. I think she's going to really fall in love with like that idea of the community. So she wants to like keep podcasting for that reason, I think. But then she's going to like fall in love with the actual series of it too. So I forgot where I was going with that. I feel like I had something larger that I wanted to say about that, but I forgot. I know. I was like, you can't, there's too many spoilers and all this. Yeah, agreed. Like the whole series is a lot. We were even talking about this before. I think Katie, you were mentioning this. The series is about death. It's about coping with death. Not only coping it, like it's just such larger themes about death. That's why the series is just such a compelling story. Even if you don't like the magic and you're like nerded out by the wizardry and the fantasy aspect of it, it just transcends all that. It just becomes a story about so much more. Which, I mean, in general, every story kind of does that to some extent. But this one just does it so well. And it's just such a mass appealed story. Like everyone loves this, you know? All right. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Reading the books after you've lost someone is a whole different. Yeah. Completely agree. Oh, this is funny. I mentioned this, I think, once or twice on the podcast. When we were talking before about Harry's haircut and like the what do you call it? The pandemic haircut. I had melanoma when I was 26. In the side of my head right here. So I have no feeling in the side of my head. So like I'm tapping myself right here and I can't feel that. I can feel it right here when it hits the top of my head. I have nerve endings there, but they had to carve out an entire mass in the side of my head right here because I have melanoma. I can show pictures one of these days. Actually, hold on. Let me see if I can pull up a picture. Want to see something gruesome, everyone? Google Photos. But I reread Harry Potter when I was kind of like recovering from this. It wasn't like a crazy recovery, to be honest. And it was something small, but it was like suffering. And rereading the series in light of that was crazy. Ooh, here it is. All right, everyone, you can just call me Harry Potter. Okay. If you're queasy, don't watch the stream at this moment. This is your warning. I'm gonna pull this up. Give me a hot second. I'm gonna also end the Discord. It's not that gruesome, to be honest. Like, I have a weak stomach and I can handle my own, I guess, my own blood. Ooh, Azina sent this video too. I want to watch this. Okay. Oop. Okay, let me change this to this. Sorry, but that was quick. It's not like that gruesome, right? It's not like crazy. But they took a lymph node right there. That's why I have that scar on me. I still have that scar. That's my lightning bolt scar, guys. Isn't that so cool? So I'm like Harry Potter. Because I had this lightning bolt scar. I was like, you know what? I'm like Harry Potter now. And I reread the series, and I reread it in a completely different light after I had the surgery. I am Harry Potter, guys. It is pretty cool, right? So they carved out a huge section of my scalp that was like, I forgot the exact size of it, but it was sizable. And then my plastic surgeon literally like squeezed my head together, and for about 5 years my scalp was like really tight, and I had a lot of tightness on the side. And then it literally, after it's been like 6-7 years, it's just starting to like feel normal again. But I still have no nerve endings in the side of my head, so I don't feel myself tapping on the side of my head. But that's my Harry Potter scar. That's my Harry Potter story. When someone mentioned haircuts the other day, I thought of that because I was getting a haircut for my brother, and he was like, "Oh, you should check that out. That's a pretty ugly looking mole." I did get a few headaches for it, but nothing like crazy. But I had the melanoma stuck in my head for 3 years. I thought it was stage 4. They thought it was gonna be nuts. Do you think Abby would like it more if she read the books faster and wasn't forced to speculate in the middle? That's something that I struggle with a lot. I think so, to be honest. Like, if that's why, I think Abby's a different breed. Like, getting behind the scenes. So this is what I'm gonna do for some future ones. Like, even for the season 3 crew, because they've seen the movies, it's going to be like, read the books as fast as you can, like speed through them. And I think I might start doing that more as we have more seasons, unless there's like a super, super interesting person. Like Danny's sister to me is one that I want to slow down with and reread this slow. They're like our test dummies, like lab rats. Like, they're sacrificing their own needs for the needs of the rest of our community. Oh, wow. I'm not even on the screen. Sorry. It's just a black screen. They're sacrificing. Yeah, I just realized that. They're sacrificed. To me, Danny and Jen are sacrificing their own needs to read the series quick for all of us. So we need to thank them at the end of this, because that's a remarkable thing that they did. For Abby, for her, it's becoming, again, she really, really enjoys the community of Harry Potter, even though she's not part of really the community yet. She's like trying her best to not read comments, but I'm like sending her some stuff that I can, and she really loves the act of podcasting, like the art of this. So she's doing it for a lot of those reasons. It's different for her. She likes the series, but she couldn't actually probably do more than 3 chapters a week. She's super busy right now with everything. So for her, it's just working. It like just works out for it. And she's like, okay, she's patient. She's not super into it. If she wants to go at a faster pace, the rest of it, I've told her, I was like, whatever pace that you want to read this at, I will do the podcast with you like that. So if you want to read 3 chapters a night, we will literally do a podcast a night when you're done with those chapters, and you can keep reading as fast as you want. But she keeps actually putting the brakes on. She's like, I want to go slower. I want to take breaks in between books, all that kind of stuff. So she's been doing a little bit of like the slowing down stuff. Which has been interesting. It's been really nice, actually. But for future people, I'll probably let them read it as fast as they want and just try to squeeze podcasts in between. Anyway, some scar discussion happening. It is a cool scar. I do kind of like that scar. Yeah, I am all good now. I passed the 5 year mark, which was great because that's essentially means like you're cancer free. As a massage therapist, that makes me want to go to town. I did have to like massage the side of my head a ton because it was so tight for so long. Oh my gosh. And I did get a few headaches in the beginning, but then when it started to loosen up a little bit, then I was like, okay. I've got a 4-inch lightning scar on my forehead. It doesn't have any of the feeling either. Only about half an inch shows past the hairline. That's so cool. Guys, I love scars. Do any of you have a perfect scar of the London Underground like Dumbledore has? Doesn't he have a scar of the London Underground on his kneecap or something? Guys, scars are so cool. I love scars. You guys, we should have a scar voice or a scar text channel in Discord. We share all of our scars. Yeah, I like a slower pace too. I think we're gonna vary it up. We're gonna do some people who have a slower paces, some people who have faster paces. Season 3 is gonna be fast. Season 2 is gonna be slow. Season 4, if it's with Danny's sister, is gonna be slow. Danny's reread with the whole crew is gonna be probably faster. With some people, I'll do it super fast. With some people, I'll do it super slow. It just depends. Yeah, I think her reading is going to change when she gets more into it as well. So I'm definitely with you on that. Yeah, journal there. Yeah, agreed. That's what I'm going to tell Eric, who's going to be the season 3 main person, just to write all your thoughts down, like for each chapter. Like have a journal. If you're listening, just have a journal next to you while you're listening. Don't listen like passively. I need him to listen actively, you know? Or if you're reading, make sure you have a journal next to you. Wait, I was going to make that joke. What joke did I make? I forget literally what I said like a few seconds ago. Did I make a joke or did someone else in chat make a joke? You get deeper questions. Yeah, deeper questions with slower reads. I think I like that a lot more. Oh, the underground scar. Great minds think alike. What the craziest story you told someone about your scar? I mean, I've always said like, you know, I got attacked by a bear, you know. But nothing too nuts. It's so not visible. You can't see it on the side of my head. Like if you really look, you can see a little indent in my hair right here where the scar is, but I can cover that with my hair. So no one really sees my scar, so I don't really have to talk about it that much, which is really nice. Sometimes if people like, sometimes it's a creepy index. If someone's like looking at me for a while, or if someone's like on my left side and they're looking at me, they're like, what is that on your neck? And they really mean the scar. I got my lymph node taken out because they could still kind of see it. And then I tell them the story of how I got attacked by a bear. No, I'm just kidding. But some people do notice that one. How someone listens and what questions they ask really show you what type of reader they are and how detail oriented they are. Yeah, agreed. That's why for some of the people that are going on to this in the future, I'm almost going to let them lead the podcast. It's one regret that I kind of have of doing it with Denny and Jen, that I didn't let them lead the podcast more and I didn't just facilitate the conversation. Rather than what I did was I just kind of asked them blatant questions. I think Jenny, that's what we should call them for now on. Jen and Danny could have led the podcast, but they just didn't have the confidence in at the beginning to be able to do that. Like, part of the interesting thing is just to see what they think through and where their discussion leads. So that's the stuff that I'm really interested in, to see like where their minds go. And I'm going to do that more with Abby, I think, where I'm just going to let her discussion kind of carry it on. I'll obviously ask some questions, but whatever she really wants to talk about is the stuff that I'm going to kind of emphasize and talk about. You should see the other guy. He ripped a hole in my scalp, but I crushed him. Yeah. That'd be interesting, doing like little videos if they recorded themselves talking over things. I'm going to have to brief them on this kind of stuff. We are just going to do like general meet of the season 3 crew. So we'll talk about some of that stuff when we do. But the one wife is very, very pregnant right now. She's like getting ready to burst. So we might have like a little baby on the stream reading Harry Potter with us, which would be really fun. She's like the wife was like the toughest one. We were like, we don't know if she's gonna be really into it. The one guy is like one of my best friends. His name is Mark, and then Eric is his brother, another one of my really good friends. Me and Mark were talking. We're like, I don't know if Liz is gonna be into it because she's literally gonna have a baby in like a few months, and I don't know if she's gonna want to do a podcast that much. But when I texted the whole group that, I was like, hey guys, I'm thinking about this idea. You know, you don't have to do this if you want. Liz was the first one to talk and text, and she was like, oh, I love this idea. Let's do it. And she's like, I have a baby on the way. I'm going to be on a maternity leave, so I'll have like more time to do this if you guys want to do it. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the best. I love when people who haven't read Harry Potter read Harry Potter for the first time. And then I'm starting to I want to do more interviews of like obviously all the members. So I've done Katie, I've done Cecilia, and I've done Wolfric and James. James is going to be released Monday, maybe tomorrow actually. I just have to make the thumbnail for that. So as soon as I make that, then I'll put it on. But I gotta do all those with the members, and then I want to start doing like other interviews, even of like Veggie Gamer, and like maybe this is crazy. This isn't so crazy. I wanted to interview like people who are actually like some of the actors in the movies, like not Bonnie, right? Luna. I always blank on names, guys. I'm terrible with names sometimes. So I want to interview some of the actors. Like I'd love to interview Percy. I hear Percy is pretty good with actor. Yeah, Ivana Lynch. Yep. I've heard the twins are actually really good with interviews, and they love the series. So I'd love to interview some of them about their first time read. Tom Felton would be so fun. So we have to start like tweeting these people. Oh yeah, Matthew Lewis. I'll interview Emma Thompson or Emma Watson, and I'll have Ryan be part of the interview for that. We can introduce Emma Watson to her crush, or we can introduce Ryan to her crush in real life. I would love to interview Emma Thompson too. She is my favorite actress in the whole series. Yeah, agreed, Nandela. Thompson would be so much more fun than Watson. I kind of agree. I actually submitted us to be a panel at LeakyCon. I don't think we're gonna actually get it because I think there's other people who do panels that are probably like a little bit more niche than ours, and like interesting. But I just submitted us to the Seattle LeakyCon as like a little panel, maybe like a side panel or something like that. I haven't heard anything back. I kind of doubt that we would. Sometimes I feel like that it's like hard to get into those things. Oh, no way. Wait, Neville was a huge fan of the series and Joe tried to tell him. I love that. Like, that's the kind of story that I would love to actually get from some of these actors. And then I would love to get like there's a few actors who are like diehard fans. Like I remember, I'm like, I have Alzheimer's when I try to think of some of these. Yeah, if we can't go as like a panel, I think I'm still gonna go. At least I'm gonna probably try to get the rest of the crew to come with me, at least the season 1 crew. And at the very least, we'd all show up and we'd just do like a meet and greet at like a bar or something like that. We'd all like say, hey, we're gonna be at this bar from these hours. If you guys want to just hang out and chat, and like come, yeah, just hang out. Because I feel like all you guys are friends, so it'd be fun. We'd probably do something like that at LeakyCon. My plan is to go to LeakyCon. LeakyCon is going to be in Seattle, which I think is kind of Ryan, where are you again? Are you in like Calgary, or we're in Canada? Toronto, I think you maybe said. So maybe that's not too far or not too close to Seattle. But Winnipeg. How close is that to Seattle? I feel like that's not that far, but Canada's huge. I wanted to go to the very first one. Lots of my random friends went, but alas. We're gonna do, after we're not like huge, but I want to do like meet and greets or like even bar nights. So if you guys are ever in New York City, because that's where we're kind of at, we're right outside of New York City. If anyone ever goes and visits New York City, just send me a message on Discord and saying, hey, if you're around, like, just like, let's go to the Harry Potter store and just like hang out. Or even if you just want to like go grab coffee and talk about the podcast and just talk about life, that'd be so fun. I know that it'll be an excuse to come to New York just to hang out. Because again, I feel like some of you guys are like friends now, so that'd be fun. Again, if you guys are ever around, just send me a message on Discord if you're ever in New York City, and I'll swing in because I'm like a 20-minute drive from New York City. Um, just yeah, send me an owl exactly. But there's I think Margot Robbie is a huge Harry Potter fan. I remember some people sent me an interview that she said she listens to the Stephen Fry every night when she goes to bed. It'd be fun to get her to do an interview of like her first time reading it. And a lot of these would have the first time read slant to it. So like I would love to talk to like Neville about his actual first time read. Um yeah, LeakyCon would be so fun to go to. Ooh, you've hung out at Newark for 3 hours. Newark Airport is the worst airport in the entire world. I'm sorry that you had to go through that and endure that. But yeah, Margot Robbie is into it. I think there's a few other actors who are really into the series. I feel like it'd be really fun to interview them and just talk about their first time read. Like they essentially just be like more tamale talks. And then just like to branch this off and just to talk about people who are obsessed with things. Like Margot Robbie has an obsession, you know, we all say the good obsession, the good kind of obsession with Harry Potter. I just want to talk to people who are obsessed about things. To me, it's the most fascinating thing, again, in the healthy, good way. There is an obsession, as Slughorn says, that is some of the most dangerous. Obsessive love is, I think he's, what is exactly that line? He's been around obsessive love to know its dangers, and it's for that reason it's one of the most dangerous potions that Amortentia. Obsessive love is dangerous. Obsessive fandom can be maybe a little dangerous, but a healthy obsession over something is one of my favorite things to talk about with people. Like Mark, one of my buddies who's going to do season 3, is more into cycling than I've ever known someone to be into cycling. And I used to be really into cycling. I used to go with him all the time. And I've gotten a little less into it, but the way he talks about like the Tour de France and like the cycling community, that dude is so excited about that. And I love when my friends get excited about things, and I love just talking to them about stuff that they're obsessed with. And I love a good obsession. So I would love to like branch this off and just talk about people's obsession. Like Crystal, we've even talked about like having your tamale talk just to be about not explicitly Harry Potter, but Star Wars stuff and Marvel stuff, because like that's your obsession. So I just want to talk to people about their obsession. I feel like that'd be so fun. Let my job just be talking to people about their obsession. Yeah, if we ever do visit the land of wandless magic, which is the coolest thing in the world, I will let you know. Never been to South Africa before. I've been to Tanzania, been to Kenya. But never to South Africa. That'd be a fun thing to go to South Africa. If we're ever in that huge continent that practices wandless magic, well, you know. I've never been to a con either. There's a few cons that happen in New York City, and I've just never been to any of them. But that'd be really fun. I feel like LeakyCon, some other HP related thing, will be where I meet my future wife. Might be. You got to go to them. They're like, I've never been, but I just have heard the community at those things is really fun. One of my friends always goes to Comic-Con, and he said it's like his favorite thing that year that he gets to do. And I said he had this HP night at the zoo. It was, and my plan was to tape a broom to a bike and ride around the zoo chasing a snitch hanging in front of me. That is incredible. Have you guys seen, some guy did a Halloween costume where he did the Mandalorian on his speeder bike? Oh, Ryan, you should have done that. That would have been so great. Oh, that'd be so funny. I would be so into that. We'll set you up with a costume for that when we go to LeakyCon next year. Wait, it's a fine line for sure. I know. Come up with a good name, a good podcast name for obsessives. We said obsession, then parentheses, but the good kind of obsession. Yeah, make it a side podcast of this. Agreed. This podcast is doing really well. It's not huge. I do think it has the potential to get huge. Like, again, I think we're better than Potterless. Not to bash Potterless, but they treat the text differently than we do. But I think one detractor for our podcast is that our episodes are just really long. Like, we don't have the audience that Binge Mode had when they originally started their audience. When they got into Harry Potter, people were already bought into like the 2-hour-long podcasts. We don't have that audience, so it's harder to get people to just off the rip listen to a 2-hour-long podcast. Yeah, Obsession is actually... I've started a company called Obsession Media, and that's probably what it's going to be. Yeah, I love long episodes as well. Long episode podcasts are my favorite thing. Like, short episode podcasts actually annoy me. But I think we do need to have shorter sessions in for like more of a mass population. I think that's why Potterless did really well, because their episodes were like 30 minutes and they were just like one thing to the next, like not a lot of dry time in between. He did a good job of editing those. John Sessions with John. You guys are the kings and queens of naming things. Yeah, we got Nandella and Ryan here, which are like literally the two best people with naming things. That would have been like the best icebreaker. I got a bike you can borrow. Yeah, absolutely. I will set you. I will create that, and then you can just ride around with a snitch dangling in front of you with a broomstick attached to it. That makes it look like you're riding a broomstick. That would be so cool. The only thing I can think of is something like obvious sessions, obsession, obviously, blah blah. That kind of works. I think I would just call that podcast Obsession. So I'll show you this. One of my obsessions over the past few months, or like a few years ago, when I started my podcast on Bluey, Gerbil is one of my favorite websites. You want to visit my bookshelf, or maybe like take a photo? You want to see all the books that I have on my bookshelf? This is my small bookshelf. I have one in my office that's huge. It's like a 14-foot wall, and it's just books floor to ceiling on that. Maybe I'll do like a book tour one of these days. I don't have a ton of stuff. I'll read you all the book titles that I have from one section to the other. This bookshelf is like an amalgamation of a bunch of stuff. A lot of Harry Potter stuff. Harry Potter, obviously. This is Harry Potter. That's Harry Potter. I got some Zadie Smith, Anna Karenina, a few memoirs up there. Joan Didion, Mary Carr. Kazuo Ishiguro, he was one of my favorites for a while. Anne Patchett was one of my favorites for a while. I have some graphic novels over here. I went through a graphic novel phase. What else do I have in there? The Book Thief. We read that in my book club. I did not like The Book Thief that much, although some people swear by it. Oh, Marilyn Robinson, who's my favorite. Guys, Marilyn Robinson is my absolute favorite writer. She's the most boring writer in the entire world, but I love her to death. Wait. Well, then I want both. Yes, book tour, gimme. I've seen your shirts on the shop. I love them. Nice, I'm glad. Yeah, that was the design. It's all out of focus. I know. That's because I'm in the foreground. Yeah, I do have a podcast on Bluey. I'm doing it with my nieces right now, which is the best. It's like my favorite thing. I do a podcast with my nieces and a podcast with my nephews. So the graphic novels that I have are, I had a friend who was really into them, and he started recommending a ton, and I've only read a few. But one that I read, I mean, everyone has read the Mouse series. I feel like everyone read that in school, but I reread that and was pretty blown away. The Mouse series is great. I have one up there called The Golden Age because I really like the artwork, but it wasn't that great of a graphic novel. And then one graphic novel that they're making into a series on Disney, or they just made into a series on Disney, that blew my mind of how good it was American Born Chinese. And I was obsessed with that graphic novel. So good. Oh my gosh. Cecilia, so great having you on. It's fun chatting. What is what called? Sorry, my mind is all over the place right now. Oh, my Bluey podcast is called Obsession Bluey. So that's why I came up with the idea of obsession. I was initially doing a podcast where I was going to interview people talking about their obsession, but I was like, it doesn't seem niche enough. So that's why I started a podcast on Bluey a year later. And that's the podcast on Bluey was just like a personal project for me. Didn't expect it to go anywhere, and it hasn't really gone anywhere. But when I started the Harry Potter podcast, I was like, I feel like this has wings. I feel like this can go places, and we can like carry this on to other stuff. Nandela, you don't worry. Maybe I'll start like on the other channel that we do. Maybe I'll start like a graphic novel read through. That'd be really fun. Give me some of your best graphic novels, Nandela. Yeah, even as an adult. Oh man. Okay, if I can pull up this episode, we're gonna watch this. We're not gonna watch it live because that would be highly illegal. But June would be able to watch it because she's an Australian. But Americans can't watch this yet because they haven't released this episode. I get excited about books too. Oh, yeah. Give me good music obsessions. My music obsessions are all centered around like classical pieces or like movie scores. Like I could obsess over Lily's theme for hours, but I don't know music enough. Nicolas Cage wrote a graphic novel. No way. Oh, that would be so cool. Um, for psychology purposes. Oh wait, guys, hold on. One thing. I'm gonna read a children's story before I actually go, but that's not yet. But I want to show you this one thing because this is my favorite piece of art that this person has ever made. Um, missed the whole conversation. Where are we? Music. We were talking about Bluey. How you, as an Australian, can watch an episode of Bluey and we can't. John, I am trying to get you to watch Bluey. We're gonna watch a Bluey episode. You guys know BJ Novak, right? This is the best thing that he ever made. He wrote tons of episodes of The Office and is an exceptional writer. But he wrote a children's book, and it is one of the funniest children's books I've ever read. And it's one without any words, and how he weaves a story without any words or without any pictures in a children's picture book is an exceptional feat. Ryan Howard, everyone. Yes, that is Ryan Howard. It is unbelievable what he did with that. It's a great children's story. Highly recommend it. Okay, if I could find this episode, I don't think I'm going to be able to find this on YouTube, to be honest, but maybe I can find it on TikTok because it's been on TikTok. If I can find this, we're going to watch this quick in our Discord because they're 7-minute long episodes. I wept at this episode. Like, oh my gosh. If I can actually find this. Now I really need a. The episode's called Cricket. It's the 48th episode of Bluey. It got rated the highest. It got rated as high as Sleepy Time, which is like the greatest episode of Bluey people say ever. So this episode is in Australia right now, and I watched it, and I was like, "Oh, this is a cute little episode," and I was floored for how much it moved me at the end. Partially because it's kind of about sports and like it's about perseverance and like, but it's how much they pack into this episode, and I'm trying to find it right now. Um, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find a full one. Could it be? Ah, oh, error code. Shoot. Hold on. Maybe I'll be able to find it here. Come on. Thanks for putting up with me. Maybe. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if it's on here? I would be so excited. Yes, they have it. Please. Please, Lord, let this be it. Please work. Oh, guys, we're watching this. Everyone jump in Discord right now. I'm going in the live watches channel. I'm going to stream this. Sorry if anybody's watching this later and you've been watching this whole stream. You're not going to be able to watch this with us. Everyone, I need you to watch this with me. Okay. I'm live on Discord. Everyone watch this. I'm going to paste the Discord link again. Everyone join. We're going to watch it in 2 minutes. So everyone has 2 minutes to get in. Because we're all going to cry. There's a few YouTube channels that are focused on music, and they're great. Like music of different TV series and stuff like that. Oh yeah, sampling and rap and like where they get it from. It's so fascinating. I love when people do that. Yes, I'm glad you guys are all here. All right, we're going to start in a minute. This episode, I watched it 4 times. I like was torturing myself. I watched this episode and I wept the first time I saw it. Like legitimately wept. And then I watched it again knowing full well what was happening. And I wept the same exact thing. And then I did the same thing 2 more times. I did it in the matter of like 4 hours. I rewatched this and I just kept rewatching it. Every time I knew what was going to happen and I still wept after it. I don't think I'm going to weep this one, but I said that and I might. I might weep. Even literally thinking about this episode makes me want to cry, guys. Your 1-year-old just saw Bluey. Yes, so excited. All right. Yes, she can sit on in this. This is sneak peek for Americans. Americans have no access to this, but I have my ways of getting this. All right, we're gonna watch. Ready, everyone? Oh my gosh, this is so good. This episode is beautiful. I'm not gonna talk through it that much. We're just gonna watch it. Actually, maybe I'll talk through it a little bit. This is so cute already. So this is Bluey and Bingo. They're the main characters. So cute. They're sisters. This music is cute. Bluey has great music in it as well. Ryan, you'd love this because it has such good music. This is so good, guys. Mr. Rusty is so respectful. Ah, Nandel, that's all right. We just started it, so. Snickers. Children with Australian accents, so cute. Agreed. This show has taught me more as an adult than any show that I've probably ever seen. I love it. Chloe's flossing over there. I know all the characters' names, guys. It's one of my favorite shows ever. Oh, I love this. Stripes fruit. Oh no. Katie, you're not crazy. This is the world's greatest show. Ooh. Ouch. You know, he took care of his little sister. And watch this part, guys. This is his future self. That was his future self right there. And he was giving a high five to his future self as his future self goes and plays one of the greatest honors that you can as an Australian, which is playing on the national cricket team and wearing those colors. Oop. How beautiful is that, guys? Oh my gosh. I will obsess about that show for my entire life. It is the most touching show. There's another episode that everyone needs to go watch called Sleepy Time. It's like one of the most famous episodes. Oh my gosh. And the music that they have in that is devastating. And like what a parent feels with the loss of their childlikeness is just, oh my gosh, that episode is devastating. There's a few episodes that deal with like really deep issues. There's one episode that I'm going to discuss with my niece, and I have to talk to my sister-in-laws about this because that brings up miscarriages. And there's other people who deal with infertility on the show, and all of it's so low key and under the radar that you don't really know some of these people are dealing with it. But it's like just it's so in depth. The show is so in depth in small ways. It just is like it's just exceptional writing, guys. That was great, mate. Yes, I'm glad. Jude, I'm glad we got you to listen or read it watching a Bluey episode. All Australians need to watch Bluey. It's a great show. Early Baby, such a good episode. Oh my gosh. There's so many good episodes of Bluey. Maybe that's the next channel. We'll just watch a bunch of Bluey episodes as adults and dissect it. Because there's another episode that's one of my favorites, and it's called Bumpy and the Wise Old Wolfhound. He's just one of the greatest lessons that I've ever heard. Like legit. I'm telling you, Ryan, you love the show too because they incorporate unbelievable music. Like they incorporate like Ludwig van Beethoven. They incorporate a lot of classical music, but they incorporate such good stuff. The songwriter for this is one of the best. They initially hired this guy. His name is Joff Bush. They hired him to make a jingle for the show. And he was like, look, I can make one jingle for the entire show and you can just have it in there. But he's like, every episode of Bluey should have its own theme to it. And so he just started creating these beautiful themes for this show. And they are a revolution how beautiful some of the things are. I cannot speak highly enough about this show. I know it's cheesy. I know I'm like a 32-year-old adult who watches a children's show. But what this show has taught me, I legit feel like I can recommend 3 or 4 episodes to full-grown adults, and it can teach them all the lessons that they really need in life. There's one episode called Bike, which is my absolute favorite episode, and it is guys, one of these, yeah. And I'm gonna start a second channel really soon. Maybe sometime this week I'll start a second channel, and we'll just start watching some crazy stuff like this. I could do such deep Bluey deep dives on some of these episodes because some of them have such intense themes to them. It's like it is just something else. Like there's one I was just talking about, the bike episode where one of the main characters, Bluey, gets frustrated that she can't ride her bike. And she looks all around her and she sees how other people are enduring and persevering in certain things. And that really a huge part of life is just learning how to persevere and how to endure things. And it's so well done. It is so well done. And there's another episode called Bumpy and the Wise Old Wolfhound where one of the characters gets sick. And her sister, while she's in the hospital, her sister goes back home and they try to make a movie for her sister. Oh, yeah, Up. I'll give you a hot take on Up in a second. No, you Australians, you restrict certain episodes for us. And the American version, Disney bought the American rights of it, so that Disney is the one who owns the American rights. They restrict some episodes. There's actually been some censorship of some. There was an episode called Teasing, which is kind of like a bullying episode. And Americans, there's nothing bad in that episode. Like everyone knows Bluey is the most wholesome, incredible show. And the American government censored certain episodes because they just didn't want certain things. Like there's a hilarious scene in one of the episodes in season 1 where the girls are like looking at these 2 really cute horses and they're like obsessed over them. And then all of a sudden the scene cuts in the middle of something. And I watched the Australian version, and in the Australian version, the horse takes a big poop right in the middle of the thing. And it's hilarious. I was cracking up, and the Americans censored that part of it for no reason. They put it back in now because more people like saw the Australian version. And they're like, this is ridiculous. Why you're censoring children's programming. Absurd. So that was actually insane. But there's this episode, Bumpy and the Wise Old Wolfhound. It's like a Buddhist tale that someone goes to the Buddha after they've experienced death, and I think like the Buddha goes and says to them like, go find a stone or go find like a bean sprout or something like that from someone who hasn't experienced death, and then the person that you love will come back. And the person searches everywhere and can't find someone who hasn't been affected by death in some way. And the same thing, this is Bumpy and the Wise Old Wolfhound. Her sister made her this little film to like help her out through the difficult time that she's having, where she goes around and tries to find people who aren't sick, who haven't been touched by sickness, and she can't find it. And she realizes that everyone has been sick or been touched by some sickness, and so you're not alone in your suffering. And the lesson that it gave was so beautiful. Censoring horse poop is hilarious to me. It was insane. I should like pull up this scene. I can't without copyright issues, but it's so funny to me. Purple underpants. Yeah. Bumpy and the Wise Old Wolfhound, purple underpants. Go find someone who has purple underpants, who hasn't been sick. Oh, it's such an exceptional piece of writing. The writing in Bluey, I think, is some of the best writing. Again, we're going to read a children's story in a second when we close out the stream. One called Stuck. It's like a silly children's story. Nothing like super deep. But children's writers and how they're able to write and incorporate these really deep themes and such simple ideas is the peak of writing to me. It's absolute peak of writing. Again, which is why Harry Potter is such peak. It is a children's story that I classify Bluey as an adult show that kids can enjoy too, and Harry Potter is an adult book that kids can enjoy as well. And all the things that I truly, truly love, they're like elementary. They're like elementary reading levels, but these stories are the things that stick with me more than anything else. And I will stand on that bridge. I will stand on that hill. I will die on that hill. This also was what I was mentioning. This is Obsession. I just came across this when I was looking up Dribble, this website that I love. It's like artist show and tell. And I was so obsessed with this typeface. I emailed this guy and I said, please, can I buy this from you? I was like, I'll pay whatever you want for this. I want the font. And he was like, yeah, he's like $100 or something like that. So I bought this for him for $100. And I was just obsessed with this type. I loved it so much. I was like, this is just so freaking good. That's like where my obsession of like people talking about obsession and like obsessing over obsession kind of came from. I was like, I love this font, and for no other reason, I just want to like buy the rights to it. And so I want to like figure out how I can, I don't know, like just talk about what people are obsessed with, because I'm obsessed with this font. I could talk about this font for like days. I love how different things interact, how the eyes are slightly shorter, how the double S like interweaves itself, how everything is essentially like one little, it's such a simple font, such a simple type, but there's such complexity and there's such richness behind this. There's just the two colors with the cream background. I could talk about this for a long time. I love this. But I love obsession, and I love being obsessed with certain things in a healthy way. Obsession is a good thing if it is in a healthy form. It is not a good thing if you are obsessed and harming people in any way. Anyway, Gandalf, John on the bridge of Khazad-dûm. Wait, what is that in reference to? Purple underpants. I'm gonna get them both ones. So the book, the two children's books. John on the Bridge of Khazad-dûm. Wait, what was that in reference to? I like miss half the stuff too. Like if I read a comment like halfway through, standing on the bridge. Oh yeah. I will stand on this bridge and die on this bridge. When this bridge collapses and the Balrog of Morgoth takes me down, I will die on these hills and these bridges. I can't wait to watch Lord of the Rings. Maybe that's the first thing we'll watch on our new channel. Just a full rewatch of the whole Lord of the Rings series. How fun would like a 4-hour stream be? Wes is getting restless. So I'm going to read this, die and come back. Exactly. I'm going to read this and then I'm going to go take the pup out for a little poop break. And then we're just going to have a good rest of the night. I'm going to end the stream after I read this. Extended edition, of course. I have not necessarily a hot take, but I think if it's your first time first time watch of Lord of the Rings, you shouldn't watch the extended editions. I think the extended editions are only for people who were obsessed over the movies and want to really get into it. Because I was obsessed over them, so I wanted to watch I only think you should watch the extended editions now, but not for your first time. For the first time, you should watch the movie released ones. He's getting Westless. No Lembus commercial. What's up, Wes? Here he is. I'm going to show you Wes, everyone. Look at him. How cute is this dog? He's like the best. I love him so much. He is just the best dog ever, guys. I love this dog so much. West Side. Oh, you've never seen the movies? Okay, great, Katie. You're going to watch the movies with us. I know, he is the freaking cutest dog ever. I love this dog so much. Hey, bud. Hey, Wes, I'm going to read him a children's story, and then we'll go for a walk, okay? Also, you guys should... I don't call him Kanye West, but sometimes I call him Wesley Snipes. And sometimes his nickname is Snipes, which is like a Star Wars reference also. Snipes. Or Snips, actually, really. Sorry for insulting Star Wars fans. I know. He is like literally the chillest dog. He is like the world's greatest dog. I call him Snipes. Wes Snipes or Wes Anderson sometimes. Every once in a while, Wes Anderson comes out. Or... the Dread Pirate Roberts, Wesley. Oh, cool. Forgot about this. All right, guys. My favorite children's author, his name is Oliver Jeffers. He is just an incredible illustrator and writer. Some of his fine art is some of my favorite of all time. He's got a gallery in New York City that I've been to once, but he only does exhibitions every once in a while on it, so I haven't seen him too much. Okay. This book is just fun. Like, this is what a children's book should be. Like, don't shove like propaganda down my throat for all this kind of stuff. Just give me a good children's story. You know what I mean? All right, we're gonna read Stuck by Oliver Jeffers. Hopefully, you guys can see well. It all began when Floyd's kite became stuck in a tree. He tried pulling and swinging, but it wouldn't come unstuck. The trouble really began when he threw his favorite shoe to knock the kite loose. And that got stuck too. So he threw up his other shoe to knock down his favorite one. And unbelievably, that got stuck as well. In order to knock down his other shoe, Floyd fetched Mitch, the cat. Cats get stuck in trees all the time. But this was getting ridiculous. Floyd fetched the ladder. He was going to sort this out once and for all. And up he threw it. I'm sure you can guess what happened. The ladder was borrowed from a neighbor and would definitely need to be put back before anyone noticed. And in order to do so, Floyd flung a bucket of paint at it. And wouldn't you know it, the bucket of paint got stuck. Then Floyd tried a duck to knock down the bucket of paint, a chair to knock down the duck, his friend's bicycle to knock down the chair, the kitchen sink to knock down his friend's bicycle, Floyd's front door to knock down the kitchen sink, the family car to knock down their front door. There's someone going, hello, right there. And another person, did you get up here the same way? The milkman to knock down the family car, an orangutan to knock down the milkman, who surely had somewhere else to be, a small boat to knock down the orangutan, a big boat to knock down the small boat, a rhinoceros to knock down the big boat, a long-distance truck to knock down the rhinoceros, and the house across the street to knock down the long-distance truck, a lighthouse to knock down the house no longer across the street, a curious whale in the wrong place at the wrong time to knock down the lighthouse, and they all got stuck. Look at that tree full of all stuck things. A fire engine was passing and heard all the commotion. The firemen stopped to see if they could help at all. And up they went. First the engine, followed by the firemen, one by one. And there they stayed, stuck between the orangutan and one of the boats. Firemen would definitely be noticed missing, and Floyd knew he'd be in big trouble. Then he had an idea and went to find a saw. This kid is on steroids. He lined it up as best as he could. He's getting ready to saw down the tree. And he hurled it up the tree. And that was it. There was no more room left in the tree, and his kite came unstuck. Floyd was so delighted he forgot all about his kite and put it to use immediately, enjoying the rest of his day very much. That night, Floyd fell asleep exhausted, though before he did, he could have sworn there was something he was forgetting. And that's the tree with all the things in it. And there's the fireman in the tree going, hang on, lads. I've got a great idea. Guys, it's such a cute story. I love stories like that. So that's our story for tonight. I'll read BJ Novak's tomorrow when we finish the stream tomorrow. Very super strong tree. The kid's on steroids, taking lots of steroids for that. But it's just such a cute story. That's what a good children's story needs to be, you know? Just like fun. Give me a fun, good children's story. Good written, well written, beautifully illustrated. The artwork in it is incredible. Gonna grow up into the Hulk, indeed. Oh, but I just love that. Love that story so much. It's so good. But guys, this is a pleasure as always. Just hanging out, watching Harry Potter. We'll watch part 2 tomorrow. And we'll probably be a bit more critical of part 2 tomorrow than we are of part 1 today. So, everyone, my favorite thing was the whale in the wrong place at the wrong time. I know. There's so many good lines. And I love if you actually look at the artwork, how he's holding the orangutan's just like sitting there, like accepting it. It's really cute. It's such a good book. But yeah, guys, tomorrow we will watch the culmination of Harry Potter and Deathly Hallows Part 2. So I'm excited to watch that tomorrow. That guy grabbing the other guy. The Discord discussion was so funny today with all that kind of stuff. Talk about or discuss Harry Potter, but don't talk about Harry Potter at all. But yeah. The guy grabbing. We will watch that tomorrow. I'm very excited. Yeah. guys, have a great night. It was always a pleasure. This was really fun. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll just chat in the Discord. I'll let you know when exactly we're gonna do it, but I think tomorrow at 6. That's probably when we'll shoot for. But guys, it was a pleasure. So much fun hanging out with you guys. Glad you guys could chill because this is becoming like my favorite thing ever to do. It's so fun. But have a great night and or a great morning wherever you are. It's Australia time for some of y'all. So have a great morning, afternoon, evening, and good night.